All right, good morning, afternoon, or evening, wherever you might be in time and space itself. This is Kidius here, and we're going to get started in just a few minutes, letting the oil warm up. So I'm going to be Mr. Grindy McGrindface today. I have a lot to do, and I need a lot of flight hours. Right off the bat, I'm not going to be skipping a lot of things. And I have editing to do in the background today, so, a longer flight, an hour and a half flight, not a big deal. I have things to do. So get it into the air. I'm also going to need help naming one more pilot. Thank you for all your help yesterday. I now know the genders and names of my first-class pilots. So I'm doing a little bit of role-playing with our passive employees, trying to assign them genders, names, and personality traits. And we got everybody named and their personality traits except for one female pilot who's kind of a troubled pilot, and I'll tell you about her personality trait in a bit. And we still need a name for her. So if you want to throw out a name for a somewhat problematic pilot, then I'll consider names in the chat room today. Also, I'm going to be loading up BUSHTALK RADIO again as we fly around. While we're not skipping, it behooves me to use the scanner to find new and exciting things out there in the world, and hopefully wherever we're flying today, we'll have some great audio tours. So stick around, folks. Again, let the diagnostics run its thing here, and we'll get going in like 4 minutes. Sorry about that. Didn't realize it was blasting your ears out. That's why it's a good thing to start the show a little bit early, check everything. The mic's working fine. After being pecked by a radioactive bird, a somewhat mannered Tuthill was compelled to become Kineas, the Skydude. All right. Again, good morning, afternoon, or evening, wherever you might be in time and space. Itself, Kineas here. So I'm getting ready to take off. This first one I'm not going to be skipping. I may not be skipping a lot. And I know that frustrates some people. But I have actually other editing things that I need to keep my eye on this morning. So I'm, going to put it into cruise and try to get some other work done. But I do need your help with a few things today. We have discovered the genders and the names of the latest pilots. Thanks to your help yesterday and the help of D&D Dice Roller and D&D Dice Generator. So as soon as I can, I'll pull up my list. I'll tell you all the genders and the names and the personality traits of all the pilots that we currently have working as passives. Okay. Also, we have one pilot that I'll tell you about. She's kind of a bit of drama, and we don't have a name for her yet. So I'm going to be asking your help to come up with a name for another pilot today, our last pilot. Well, there's going to be more, and along the way we'll give them new personality or other additional personality traits that are going to add to some role-playing fun down the line. Also, we've got BUSHTALK Radio all active and ready to go. And let me see if you can see that screen. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, you can see Bush. I just like saying Bush. You can see BUSHTALK here, and it has got a scanner on it. It's always had one, but it's kind of the way they got it set up now. It's kind of cool. Thank you to Hazardous. Thank you for your comments, and look forward to you checking out some Minecraft. I've never played Minecraft, and I've really never even seen it played. So I will actually take a gander at what you got going on over there. All right, BUSHTALK. Well, it says I have it. There we go. Okay, so before we take off, you can see here with clicking this button, it centers it on the aircraft, and that little blue arrow right there, that is us. All right. Now, if I zoom out so I can see at least 10 miles, and I come over here and I click the Discover button, we get our scanner. Now, this is for new things that have been put into BUSHTALK that haven't shown up as points of interest around the area. And it seems that if you're the first one to discover it, you can collect it. I'm not really sure how this is working or what it's for yet, but let me show you. Let's go ahead and scan. All right, so it found right here, right next to us, within just a mile or two, it found some things. It found one right at the end of the runway. That is Winter Regional Airport. Winter Regional Airport, also known as Bob Wiley Field, is a public airport owned by the city of Winter. Okay, so that's right where we're at. This aside, that'll take like 4 or 5 minutes to. This is like a recharge or whatever. You can do one like every 5 minutes, a scan. So a couple more down here. Come on. I don't like the way this thing zooms in. It goes all over the place. It's hard to just pinpoint where you want to zoom in at. Tripp County Veteran Memorial. Tripp County Veterans Memorial is at 200 East 3rd. Let me collect that. Blue spruce tree, like that. And And the last one, a bull snake. I thought we had one, but I'll collect it again. So that's how that works. Now let me zoom out a little bit further. If we come within a mile or so, let me see about my settings. See if it gives us a distance. No, not here that I find. I'm sure I can find it later. By the way, it's usually if we come within a mile of an audio tour, right? Any of these points that you're starting to see on the map, we'll get an audio tour. But we have to travel within a mile or so of them for them to trigger. Let me give you an example of what one of those might be like. The Valentine National Wildlife Refuge, which we might actually be, we're going to be heading south, so we might actually come close to this one. But let me give you a sample what might kick in, you might hear.
Refuge is located in the U.S. state of Nebraska and includes 19,131 acres. The refuge protects a portion of the largest remaining area of tall and mid-grass prairie remaining in the U.S., collectively known as the Sand Hills region of Nebraska. The dunes were the end result of the last ice age known as the Pinedale Glaciation. During the Holocene glacial retreat, the sand dunes that been deposited in their current location by the vast continental glaciers were exposed and grasses eventually took over. The refuge is managed by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and along with Fort Niobrara and John and Louise Sire National Wildlife Refuges, they form the Fort Niobrara National Wildlife Refuge Complex. In 1976, the Valentine National Wildlife Refuge was designated as a National Natural Landmark by the National Park Service. Numerous lakes and ponds are located on the refuge, fed by underground seeps and springs. 260 species of birds have been identified over the years on the refuge, and during migratory periods in the spring and fall, 150,000 birds pass through the protected area. Coyote, Blanding's turtle, prairie grouse, white-tailed and mule deer are commonly found by visitors in this refuge. Muskrat and beaver inhabit the wetlands and streams. Valentine NWR is located about 20 miles south of Valentine, Nebraska, off U.S. Highway 83.
Yeah, a little something like that. We were having a debate yesterday whether your oil temperature being at the proper temperature before you take off is important. And right now I've got the thing revved at 2,280 RPM, but the oil temperature isn't at the ideal temperature yet. It's climbing, but normally at cruise speed 2150, this white indicator for oil temperature at 2150 is under the P or a little bit beyond the P, right about the middle of it on the side. So right now, yeah, it's not at the right temperature. In a full climb, it's usually even further. It's usually up here. So right now, I feel like if I take off, and this is the debate, does it damage the engine? Some folks say that the engine only needs to be at least above 40 degrees for safe operations without damaging your engine. But I don't really know. So I'll just take an extra minute and let this keep warming up while we're at 2280, and just give it another minute to warm that engine oil up. Other than that, I just needed to check that I'm at the right height and altitude. We're not really going high today. Not to say that we won't enjoy 20-minute after the hour smoke breaks. That's a different kind. But, and I need to check the mix. $22.80. So I'm pulling the mix out and I'm looking at my RPM, and my exhaust gas temperature. See how hot it's burning. See if we get it decrease. Drop off in RPMs. 2270. Okay, so 2280 was kind of peak. So let's come a little bit under peak. Just a bit. Oh, still getting peak at 2280 there. 2270, 2280. That oil temperature, now you see that it's underneath the P. Again, normally in just a cruise, it's a little bit higher than that. So does that matter? That was the big question yesterday. Does it matter? I didn't when I was running this yesterday and trying to baby the engine. We did really, really well with handling of the aircraft and the condition of the aircraft, but everybody in the forums have been complaining about the cost of repairs and the excessive damage to engines. You know, and I think about that, and that's what got me thinking yesterday about the oil temperature. Like when you start your own car, you usually start it up and let it get warm, and, you know, if you take care of your car anyway. And you usually have to do the same thing. You want to get your oil temperature up to the right temperature before you get going. So you see how it's now a little bit beyond. It's not directly underneath the P on oil temp. So that's where it normally sits for just light cruise. Now let me put this thing. It's got another detent for like maximum. We might have a little bit of engine damage. I really rushed through like 6 missions at the end of last night, and I wasn't caring if I caused damage. It was just a matter of seeing how many missions we can do in an hour as fast as possible. Don't care about anything. Don't care about oil pressure. Don't care about this. Just go. So I did not check the maintenance this morning. All right. I said we're good enough. Maybe. All right. All right. Hey, if I'm not following you, please say hello in the chat room. I don't bite. Drop an emoji, anything. Just say something in there so I can see that you're there and can click the 3 dots next to your name and go to channel. You go right to your channel and hit subscribe. If you come in and say hi, I'll subscribe. If you need another follower, I'm it. And I'll turn my notifications on. You don't have to like and subscribe back, but that would be wonderful. I'd really appreciate it. I could really use the help. So from one video gamer to another, one sim pilot to another, one friend or family to another, please always hit that like button, and if I'm not subscribed, subscribe. Whoa. Pardon me. Try to keep it at least over the runway. All right. Now, actually, the engine's doing good. We're at 2,610 RPM. When I haven't been paying attention to the oil and been rushing it, sometimes, and it could just be the wind. It seems like it's been tough to make that climb up to the boxes. Not today.
Type Cessna Skyhawk, 1 mile northwest of Kilo India, Charlie Romeo, 2300. Request flight following.
Kin Sierra Kilo Yankee Tree, 210, Minneapolis Center. Squawk 2071.
2071. Your squawk is on your deck under XPDR. Then you click code, then you put in the code. and make sure the thing is
Squawk
on.
2071. Kin Sierra Kilo Yankee
At least make sure.
210.
At least make sure this thing is on.
Kin Sierra Kilo Yankee Tree 210.
Right.
Radar contact 2
On.
miles northwest of Kilo India Charlie Romeo 3000. Altimeter 2992.
All right. No change of the barometer. I checked ATIS before we took off. Need to be a little bit more careful in the turns and be a little bit more careful with the packaging.
Kin Sierra Kilo Yankee Tree 210. Did you hear my last transmission?
I kept it.
Roger. Kin Sierra Kilo Yankee Tree 210. Minneapolis Center. Kin Sierra Kilo Yankee Tree 210. 2 miles west of Kilo India Charlie Romeo 3800. Request IFR to Kilo Oscar Lima uniform. Ready to copy.
Just as I was looking at my flaps, my up flaps is not working. Down flaps, sure. But let me show you here as I click this thing. Yeah, it's set to engine auto start. I don't need that. What I need is flaps. Decrease. So we're going to get a little penalty for the flaps there. But as you see, it wasn't my fault. Let's see about now.
Kin Sierra Kilo Yankee Tree 210 is cleared to Kilo Oscar Lima Uniform Airport as filed. Squawk 2071.
Okay, great. R2071.
Kin Sierra Kilo Yankee Tree 210 cleared to Kilo Oscar Lima Uniform Airport as filed. Squawk 2071.
Kin Sierra Kilo Yankee Tree 210. Read back correct. Radar contact 4300. Altimeter 2992, turn right heading 145. Proceed on course. Climb and maintain 5000.
Turn right heading 145. Resume own navigation. Climb and maintain 5000. Kin Sierra Kilo Yankee Tree 210.
Easy. Oh, shit. I turned on that heading hold before turning the heading bug to the proper altitude. Oh, she's bouncing around. Do behave. Is the autopilot broken again? It should be holding heading. I guess it is. And once that gets set, we'll turn on nav to Xenos. The flight plan. Xenos. Yeah, and then the hold. Right. 5,000 feet. Oh, we're redlining the engine. Great. All that warming up stuff. Then I do that. All right. We don't need to be at full rev now. We're basically there. So try to get it into light cruise. Terry cruise. If that will change. Okay, switching to nav. Okay, great, good shape. Landing lights off. Da 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 da. So again, we're in light cruise, and look at the temperature, how high it is. So in my head, I think that the engine needs to be, the oil temp needs to be there before you attempt a takeoff. What say you? I'd really like to know your opinion. Hey, Hazardous, good morning. Best of luck today. Hey, thank you so much, sir. Same to you. I was just saying that I have not played Minecraft before, and that you were playing Minecraft today, doing something different. And I'm going to have to check that out. I've never watched it, and I know there's a movie, and I know it's a big deal, and people love it. I've seen images of it, but I've really never seen gameplay, and again, I've never played it. So I really don't know what the fascination is, and maybe I'll understand. I really enjoyed watching some of your farming simulator yesterday. Your farm is really coming along, and it's rather beautiful. I don't know if you were collecting hay or doing something. You were doing something out in the field, and I saw rows of things that you were running around collecting. I'm assuming that you were cutting grass or cutting hay, or forgive me, it was really late and I wasn't totally focused on everything. You saw the Grindy McGrind-faced activity I've been doing lately. You haven't played in years, but you thought you'd give it a go. That's cool. Yeah, occasionally when I'm not being Grindy McGrind-face over here doing this kind of stuff, I do like playing a lot of other games. I like Rome Total War. I played Doom, the latest Doom recently. I loved it. SimCity. Yeah, I know, old stuff. Don't you play anything new, Kineas? No, not really. I'm always broke. What else do I like playing? There's a survival game that I like playing that I've kind of reached a point where I think I've killed myself. I might have to start over. It's one of these survival games, the Long Dark. It's really good, though, and it's got a really interesting story. And it's not zombies. It's a survival game without zombies, and I really enjoy that about it. But it's still got a great story. What else have I been playing? Bannerlord. Bannerlord is a really neat game. Bannerlord and Total War. And I hear that they're working on a new medieval Total War, which would be great. I would love a new Rome Total War. You were collecting the straw. Okay, so you were doing straw for the bedding in the chicken coop and sent wheat to the mill to make flour. Hey, if you are into flight simulators and watching a new pilot start his first flight activities and fun stuff, and you like farming simulator, and now you're into Minecraft, then make sure you come into the chat room and check out Hazardous FDM and go to his channel and like and subscribe. He's definitely I enjoy watching your content. The first day I was watching you fly, just some of the comments you make, I feel ya. And so feels like a little bit of a kindred spirit. Speaking of, let me grab my coffee. Cheers. Here's your health, well-being, and prosperity. Now, folks, I said I wanted to put these flights to long. I didn't want to skip things because I've got some editing to do, and I will. But before I jump off and just kind of slip out in the background while we do this, Let me go over to Bush Talk again, see if there's anything new to scan in the area. Again, I'm going to need the name of another female pilot. Thank you to Atlas yesterday and to Aaron, who provided most of the names. We also had, darn it, Jet. Man, I'm so bad with names and I'm so tired. By the way, 3 folks that were reviewing yesterday, they helped me come up with the names for my pilots, and I'll get my roster and tell you their genders and names. But I still have one more pilot that needs a name. She's a female pilot, and her personality trait that we rolled for her yesterday, she's a bit of a handful. She kind of makes a big deal over small issues while not really recognizing the bigger picture sometimes. So she's a little bit of drama. So I need a good female pilot name for her. So I will use anybody's names that get thrown out there. If there's more than one that I'll consider the best names, please consider either a full name, like first name and last name, and or even a call sign, like call sign drama queen, that kind of thing. So I need one of those today. And now let me get back to Bush Talk and do a scan. All right, we've just flown over some new ones. The 2 spotted bumblebee and St. Augustine Church. And that is just off to our starboard port side. I don't know if we're going to be able to see it. And it's not a POI in the game that I see. Bush Talk is really great, and they're considering adding all their in-game, all their POIs, having an option to add those into the game, but they can really create a workload by having so many points of interest. See if there's anything else nearby. We're heading straight towards kind of like this. Gross, Nebraska.
Gross is a village in Boyd County, Nebraska, United States. As of the 2010 census, the village had a total population of 2, down by 60% from its 2000 population of 5. In the 2000 United States Census, it was one of only 8 places with a population of 5 people. The others were Story, California, Bearhead Lake, Minnesota, Baker, Missouri, Odell, New Hampshire, Mazza, North Dakota, Somerset, Vermont, and Prudhoe Bay, Alaska. Sometimes called the Nebraska ghost town that never died, this once hopeful town's population began to dwindle due to the lack of railroad and a couple of fires. Now the population of Gross is 2. The remaining 2 residents, Mike and Mary Finnegan, own the Nebraska Inn, which apparently serves up some of the best burgers around.
Nice. That's kind of weird, though. A town with only 2 residents. What size is the town? Like 3 blocks by 3 blocks? That's crazy. All right. So, pardon me a moment. It is currently in cruise, and we have a ways to go, and I need to slip off for a minute. I'll be monitoring my flight. But last night I was having so much fun and showing off some of my audio content from the past, doing a little show and tell, that I ended up with a couple of copyright issues. And so I'm monitoring removing some of the copyrighted material, or erasing it, or anyway, I have some of that to do in the background, and a little bit of other housekeeping stuff with YouTube. So please pardon me, please kick your feet up, have a smoke, have a drink, and where are we at? It's the top of the hour, and I'll try to find you some music that won't cause a copyright problem. So stick around, and I'll be back in, 5-10 minutes. I'll report back in. All right, thank you for the information. the name and call sign. And if anybody else wants to throw some out there, I'll review and pick the ones I like. If not, that's who our new pilot is going to be. Anyway, be right back. Let me find something for you to listen to.
Hi, this is Chase Masterson, your friendly Dabo girl, and you're listening to Trek Radio.
Hi, this is Arthur Ioria, and you're listening to my favorite Star Trek DJ, Kineas. Make sure to follow me on Twitter and stay in touch on my website, arthurioria.com.
Crap. Take two.
Say sympathize with me.
Permanent by Arthur Ioria, 8 minutes after the hour.
Booking.com has stays for absolutely anyone. Imagine you're a musical obsessed
This show
couple.
brought to you
book
by
a dazzling
McGawk.
hotel in the...
I'm replicating that.
My voice makes grown women cry for more. My charm makes even birds buy discounted flights. My humor can make stone statues crack a smile. I burn so bright, I invented a new wattage. I am my own universe, floating freely, unexpectedly, uncensored. You want to climb Mount Everest with me? Kayak the Amazon, hike the Andes? I lead. You want to smoke rare cigars and drink fine brandy on the terrace with me? You buy. And now you can do all these things, almost. Shatner's world is filled with stories from my illustrious life and career. You will discover and experience how I became William Shatner. Larger than life and bigger than any role I've ever played. Because let's face it, it is Shatner's world, isn't it?
In every Chevrolet showroom across America, more and more people are looking for a car that's just out and just wonderful. The 1957 Chevrolet. Some are looking at Chevrolet's daring new front-end styling, the bold new grille, big, beautiful sloping hood. Some are looking at Chevy's handsome new rear end with high-fashion fenders and fresh new design. Everyone's enthused about the new color-fashioned interiors and the sleek command post instrument panel. And the biggest news of all, Chevrolet's fuel injection. The greatest engine advance.
Hello, amigo. I'm Chiquita Banana, and I've come to say bananas have to ripen in a certain way, and when they're flecked with brown and have a golden hue, bananas taste the best and are the best for you. You can put them in a salad, you can put them in a pie, any way you want to eat them. It's impossible to beat them, but bananas like the climate of the very, very tropical equator. So you should never put bananas in the refrigerator. To have bananas that are full must be absolutely sure to take them home and let them ripen. At inner temperature.
Oh, sure.
Right? Never put bananas in the refrigerator. 12 minutes after the hour.
The year is 1972. It's our last trip to the moon. One of them is Gallery Rocks when the capsule hatch door locks. Now he's lonely astronaut.
And then the clones fought the battle droids, and there was a big lightsaber duel with Count Dooku. And that was the end.
Thanks, NASA Control. Yeah, that science fiction stuff sounds pretty wild. Can you imagine if people could actually travel through space in ships? Why, if they could do that, maybe they could get me off the f***ing moon!
Don't worry, these new movies are nothing compared to the original trilogy.
Ah, yes, the first 3 Star Wars films. Where was I when those came out? Why, if I'm not mistaken, I think I was on the f***ing moon!
Here's something that'll cheer you up. Last week, Congress passed the Moon Rescue Act.
You mean the bill to send a ship to rescue me? It finally passed?
That's right.
This is fantastic! When will the ship get here?
Well, the bill was watered down a bit from its original form. Congress decided it was too expensive to send a ship, so instead they decided to get a thinking of you greeting card. Would you like me to read it to you?
You the shit, motherfucker!
They originally went with Garfield until they realized you didn't know who that was, so they got you a Snoopy.
The card. Have you seen any other movies lately? I'm bored out of my mind up here.
What was that movie I rented last week? Oh yeah, Red Planet. But you don't want me to describe it to you. It was laughable.
And why is that?
Scientific inaccuracies. It was nothing like our planned trip to Mars.
Sorry, NASA, I didn't copy that.
I said it was nothing like our planned trip to Mars.
Your planned trip to Mars?
Yes.
You said Mars, not the moon.
That's right.
Well, what could I possibly say to that except you f***ing piece of shit?
Bill, the sun's coming up. We're about to lose communication. Signing off.
12 hours later.
Bill, I'm starting my shift, and I just wanted to check in.
Motherfucker!
One of them was Gathering Rocks when the capsule hatch door locked. Now he's lonely astronaut.
Hi, this is Jody Rivera, the Venetian Princess, and you are listening to Canias on Trek Radio.
Good morning, Sandrine. Testing the orange whip folder. Ugh, spiders. Some people like them. I'm not really into them. Give me the heebie-jeebies. Ready to gross Nebraska. Coming up next, nothing really until over here. Is going to be a little bit too far out of the way. What's over here to our starboard side? Oh, we did the wild. Oh, that's the wildlife refuge. Virginia Smith Dam.
Virginia Smith Dam is a dam in Garfield County, Nebraska, about 5 miles northwest of Burwell. The earthen dam was constructed in 1985 by the United States Bureau of Reclamation with a height of 96 feet and 147 feet long at its crest. It impounds the Calamus River for irrigation storage and flood control, as part of the North Loop division of the extensive, multi-state Pick-Sloan Missouri Basin Program. The dam is owned by the Bureau and is operated by the local Twin Loop Irrigation District. The reservoir it creates, Calamus Reservoir, has a water surface of 5,142 acres, 6,404 land acres, about 31 miles of shoreline, and a maximum capacity of 27,400 acre-feet. Recreation includes fishing, hunting, boating, camping and hiking. The reservoir is also the site of the State Calamus Reservoir State Recreation Area and Wildlife Management Area. Although the dam itself is located in Garfield County, most of the reservoir lies in Luke County, to its west. The lake and surrounding public lands are a part of the Calamus State Recreation Area, managed by the Nebraska Game and Parks Commission.
Authorization required.
Good morning, UFP.
Minutes after the hour, you know what that means.
It's time to puff puff pass. You're listening to the 420 show on Trek Radio.
Whoa. So not heavy wind, but not really light. 13 coming from the northeast and from like 120. So not a tailwind today. It's kind of in our face and off to our side over here. So it's coming from all this side, kind of shoving us that way. But it's not enough. We're not crabbing like we were yesterday. We have some pretty strong winds. So as we were following this, the autopilot kind of had us, pretty much turned into the wind. So we were pretty much flying sideways in one of the flights last night. I was talking about old school, if you go to take your license, you used to have to know a lot of math or have a slide rule or a calculator. I don't know what they would let you use, but they would ask you questions like, if you need to travel course heading 127 and you have a 10 knot wind coming from 31 degrees, what course heading should you actually hold? So you might have to do some math there. And you might actually have to hold, what's the plane holding? 124. 125. So something like that would be your answer. A lot of that stuff is still pretty practical, and I wish I employed it more. Everything's all set up for you, like EFBs, it plans the route, this and that. I mean, you can build your own. When you're building your own, though, here's some of the fascinating things that I found. When you're building your own, if you're actually studying the winds, and every day I used to pull up the National Aeronautic, the winds, and I would study them every day. And they actually recommend that in your flight training. Back then, they would want you to study the wind every day. And then absolutely study the wind 7 days prior to your flight. So you know what the winds are on average going to be doing mostly over the next 7 days. So you can kind of anticipate that when you go fly, hopefully it'll still be similar to that. So there are pilots out there that would say, if you plan this right, that you're not actually, it actually saves you time by traveling east instead of north. So if you go east, the winds are moving in such a way that you'll catch a tailwind at a certain point and then turn north. Anyway, they would try to use the wind to their advantage. And sometimes flying completely where you shouldn't think you should be flying, what direction you should be flying. These guys are like, yeah, you actually need to go that way. If you go that way first, you're going to get there in a shorter amount of time because you're going to go leverage the winds. Where somebody, if you just take off and like beeline straight for it, I'm going to actually beat you there. And I'm going to have more fuel when we get there. So it's those kind of gurus that are really cool. The Zen masters of flying. So anyway, there's a lot of stuff to learn with flying. And again, in the real world, I think they let you use whatever you need. A calculator, a computer page that helps you calculate things. However you can arrive at the right answer in the shortest amount of time. And I hear it mostly let you use, like your phone or all the apps that you need, your flight apps, whatever. They want you to demonstrate usually all the ways that you can solve the problem. I'll be right back. Well, I need to have these set up much better. Well, you know, I wasn't planning on doing like DJ stuff and making transitions and bumpers and sweepers, but kind of have fun with it this morning while I wait for other things to happen in the background. This is what you've been hearing is mostly my past life. Things from my previous life.
Hello, this is Robert Picardo from Star Trek Voyager and Star Trek Renegades, and you're listening to Cymax Radio, the sci-fi voice of the universe.
Broadcasting to the UFP and beyond, you're listening to Trek Radio.
down, look up, there is a phony. He sang a song that isn't holy. Make ends meet down in the valley. He can, she can, we can. Get down, look up, there is a phony. He sang a song that isn't holy. Make ends meet down in the valley. He can, she can, we can. Get down, look up, there is a phony. He sang a song that isn't holy. Make ends meet down in the valley. He can, she can, we can. Get down, look up, there is a phony. He sing a song that isn't holy. Make ends meet down in the valley. He can, she can, we can. Get down, look up, there is a phony. He sing a song that isn't holy. Make ends meet down in the valley. He can, she can, we can. Get down, look up, there is a phony. Sing a song that isn't holy. Make ends meet down in the valley. He can, she can, we can.
And the gods were generous.
Yeah. I've been watching the fans rotate. I've been watching the leaves.
Before STO Radio, I was a tactical officer in Starfleet on Captain Kirk's Enterprise, where I was wounded in a firefight against the Romulans. After that, I joined the temporal media and moved back and forth in time promoting Star Trek to keep history on track. Now, I'm an ambassador whose only real aspiration is to stay loaded 24/7 in the company of good-looking women. Hi, my name is Kineas, the redshirt who lived time-traveling stoned ambassador, and I'm on STO Radio.
See what I mean? My other life. My other life. So to our... Uh-oh. Did it just break communication? Sometimes BushTalk, they're trying to implement it better into the EFB. But sometimes it breaks communication. If it does break communication and it fails to show you, go into your EFB, go to log out, log back in. You'll know it's disconnected when only like 2 of these logos are illuminated. Everything else is grayed out. They'll get it. They'll get it all worked out one of these days. All right, so back to BushTalk. Let's recenter the plane. All right, to our port side over here off the wing. Right now we have, at 32 nautical miles, Niobrara State Park.
Niobrara State Park is a public recreation area located at the confluence of the Missouri and Niobrara rivers in the northeast corner of Nebraska. The state park occupies river bluffs to the west of the village of Niobrara and the Niobrara River. The park includes the Niobrara River Bridge, a decommissioned railroad bridge listed on the National Register of Historic Places. A variety of animals, notably white-tailed deer and wild turkeys, roam the park by day, while at night, coyotes and whippoorwills mingle their cries and calls. The park is managed by the Nebraska Game and Parks Commission.
All right, we're right on top of one of them. KBRX AM radio. Let's see if we can see a tower out there at all. I don't think I have my towers thing loaded. Yeah, I think that's the radio tower right there. Yeah. Cool, so there's the radio station. Oh, you didn't see it. Let me close this. It's off my tail on the port side. Trying to keep the tail right on it. There's the radio station. What else did we get? Right next to the radio station was United States Post Office, O'Neill, Nebraska. Over here, Blue Jay. Over here, Northern Harrier. Awesome. Another scan in 3 minutes, 32 seconds will be available. Let's see if there's anything else around. No, not for a ways. This is 44 miles. That's the dam. St. John's German Evangelical Lutheran Church, 102 miles. Poncha State Park, 85. And a church, 43 miles. We got some coming up here. Excuse me. So we have coming up in the area Zorinsky Lake Park, Joslin Castle, Heavy Doorley Zoo and Aquarium, Fort Atkinson, Nebraska. There's the church. Holland Performing Arts Center, Old Marker, Omaha, Heartland of America. Hey, I have a buddy that lives over in this area. First National Bank Tower, Offutt Air Force Base, the Orpheum Theater in Omaha. I'll have to ask my buddy if he's ever performed there. Lenoma Beach, Eugene T. Mahoney State Park, Lincoln, Nebraska, Memorial Stadium. I don't think we're going to get close to those. We keep going forward. All right. Well, we'll check back with Bush Talk here in a minute. Good morning, afternoon, or evening, wherever you might be in time and space. Kenny is here. We are flying, and I'm doing homework in the background, and I'm juggling this, and I'm juggling that, and I'm waiting for certain things to edit on the YouTube. And so I'm just doing a flight. Plus, I need flight hours. Okay? I have employees now. So this is day 3 of the milestone event of owning a company, so I'm all Mr. Grindy McGrindface right now. And I need the flight hours. And yes, sure, there are faster ways to make money. There are a lot of ways to do a lot of things. I'm not interested at the moment. I know there's plenty of time for that. I know. I hear you. I see your comments. I see your strategies. And I look at everything. And I'm considering everything. Getting this plane, getting that plane, doing this, doing that. But right now, again, I don't mind going slow. I need the flight hours so that my passive pilots also get the same amount of flight hours. If I just do 10-minute flights, 10-minute flights, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, I'll set up time for them, but it won't be, they won't get as much payout as they could. I'm not leveraging them unless I'm flying and not skipping anything, really. Plus, I'm missing out on a lot of money skipping. They're like, yeah, I know, but if you do 7 real quick, you make this amount of money. I know, but I'm not in a hurry. And if I don't skip it, I make an extra 60 here, an extra 30 there, I got bonuses, yada, yada, yada. There's a lot of ways to do it. Right? I'm not trying to make you mad by not doing it the way you want. There are days that are going to be, hey man, I just need to jam out 7 of these. Today is not that day. Today is, I'm sorry if these flights are boring. I'm trying to make it more interesting by putting in, some radio content from my past. Interesting little things. You heard Lonely Astronaut. That was an interesting little series. It's probably 6 or 7 episodes of that, I think, maybe more. There's another one called Blast Off Patrol. That's a hoot. I have lots and lots and lots of old audio stuff to dig up. So you're like, well, if you've been hearing these and you're like, well, what is Trek Radio? What is STO Radio? What is this radio? UFP Media? Well, the short story is they're all Star Trek related radio stations. Internet radio stations. All right. 90% of them are Star Trek Online, the MMO related internet radio stations. Trek Radio is just kind of rather generic. UFP Media, I wanted there to be a strong role playing in the radio station. I wanted in character DJs. I wanted everything to be in character. And a lot of people can't do that. Like, I just wanted to be a DJ. Well, this station is about being an in-character DJ. You need to be a role player. Because what I want people to hear on this station is to build their immersion in the MMO as they're flying around. I want you to make the environment feel like a real subspace radio station or radio station. And I need you to play the part. Very few DJs I've run into are any good at that at all. I started the very first Star Trek Online radio station with Eve Radio, Gaming Radio Network. And I was the first Star Trek internet radio DJ. And I was the creative director of all of the stations. And I did all the branding art and the artist for all of the stations. A lot of the media stuff for all the stations, a lot of interviews, audio dramas, writing, editing, sound editing. And then I broadcast at least, usually once a day for full shifts. From 2010 until 2018. And the podcasting started way before that. The Hailing Frequency podcast, that was from 2004, 2005, all the way to 2010 when we worked out the live station stuff. I also helped, believe it or not, start a Guinness Book of World Records for Star Trek. So there's one out there called The Most Dressed Trekkers in One Location. Now, I didn't come up with the idea for that. I just said there needs to be a Guinness Book of World Record event in conjunction with the launch of Star Trek Online. That's all I had to say. And then the media department over at Cryptic Studios, Atari, Bandai, everybody that was on at the time, they all jumped in and they set up what the record should be, I guess they worked with Guinness to come up with something. And then they scheduled an event to take place on Valentine's Day on the Millennium Bridge in London in 2010. Just like a week or two, maybe, or a week or two into the launch of Star Trek Online, or maybe a little bit before it. But if you search out on the interwebs for a Guinness Book of World Record event called The Most Dressed Trekkers in One Location, you will absolutely be able to trace it back to that event on the Millennium Bridge in London. And I simulcast the whole thing. I couldn't afford to get out there. We had a DJ on site, though, simulcasting to us. But I was in the control center managing the simulcast and broadcasting. So again, the Guinness Book of World Records event was launched to celebrate the launch of Star Trek Online. So if you search Kinneas, Star Trek, online, broadcasting, podcasting, Trek Radio, just my name with all of those pluses added to it, you're going to find endless links and rabbit holes and all kinds of stuff. Star Trek's, it's an adventure. I'll be right back.
Trek Radio.
Hi, I'm Kinneas, and you're not.
Just wanna sit here, and I want you to I've been waiting for my senses to return. 'Cause I've been saving all my strength for you. I'll dance with you if I have to. I'll be like the friend you thought you knew until he played you like a fool. I've been waiting for my senses to return. 'Cause I've been saving all my strength for you. I've been waiting for my senses to return. 'Cause I've been saving all my strength for you. I just wanna sit here.
It's time to puff puff pass. You're listening to the 420 show on Trek Radio.
It's Saturday Night Live on UFPmedia.com, starring our not ready for primetime players, Kineas, Pipe Man, Storm, Corbin Rygar, Rooster, Street, Pink Bombshell, CC Ryder, Merknos, Andrews, Snacks, Donya, and Word. With special guest host tonight, Randolph Mantooth, and our musical guests are Everyone,
Hi, I'm Kineas and you're not.
Oh no, boys and girls. It's Kineas Mudd, the landlord.
Snacks, you ignorant slut.
I got a fever, and the only cure for that fever is more Gravwell.
I have chunks of corn bigger than you in my stool.
Find the Pope in the Gach contest. No Gach! Cheeseburger! No Coke.
Alpha Centauri, the closest star to Earth's solar system, home to Zephyrin Cochrane, inventor of the warp drive.
Before STO Radio, I was a tactical officer in Starfleet on Captain Kirk's Enterprise, where I was wounded in a firefight against the Romulans. After that, I joined the temporal media and moved back and forth in time promoting Star Trek to keep history on track. Now, I'm an ambassador whose only real aspiration is to stay loaded 24/7 in the company of good-looking women. Hi, my name is Kineas, the redshirt who lived, time-traveling, stoned ambassador, and I'm on STO Radio.
Yeah, that's me. Got a little bit of weather.
What's puzzling you, Ethelbert? One of those quizzes, and it says here, what are these men famous for? Sidney Porter, Samuel Clemens, Charles Dodgson.
Well, they're all great authors.
Well, how come I never heard of them?
Well, you would if they printed their pen names. They're O. Henry, Mark Twain, and Lewis Carroll.
Well, I'll be. Those names are famous. Everybody knows them.
Mm-hmm. Like everybody knows Anchor Hawking, the most famous name in glass.
An original taste is what we need.
As any Staffer and he'll say.
Only Dr. Pepper tastes that way. Barrels of pepper, lose a pepper, dimes of pepper,
Bill's a pepper.
would you like to be a pepper too?
Be a pepper.
Drink Dr. Pepper.
We're all peppers.
Drink Dr. Pepper.
You're a pepper.
Drink.
Keeping you in the loop, UFP Media Network.
Thanks for flying UFP Starlines. We have arrived at Rigel 4. Please put your trays in the upright position and start exiting the Starliner. Chad?
Yes, please start filing out in an orderly manner.
This isn't Riza.
Oh, I'm sorry. Being responsible for your ticket destination is not part of my job description.
Hey.
Bye-bye.
Thanks for flying UFP Starlines. Bye-bye.
My luggage.
We'll beam outside. Bye-bye.
But
Follow my pointing fingers. Bye-bye.
Hi, excuse me. How many points do I get for this trip?
I'm sorry. Do my ears look pointy to you? Bye-bye.
Hey, this is Brad from Brad Sucks, and you're listening to Kineas on
Trek Radio.
Got some weather rolling in around us. We might get a bad weather bonus. Yeah, you get a bonus for flying bad weather. Not kidding. What are you doing in Microsoft Flight Simulator today? Or what are you playing today? Let us all know. Please hit that like and subscribe button. If I'm not following you and you would like another follower, you don't have to follow me or subscribe. But if you say hello in the chat room, you've got a new subscriber. I'll turn notifications on. And if I get something, I'll check it out.
hard, you ate too much, the cheesecake made you greedy. Let your aching head and stomach hear this message from old Speedy. Alka-Seltzer, plop, plop, fizz, fizz, oh, what a relief it is. Plop, plop, fizz, fizz, oh, what a relief it is. Ah, those Speedy Alka-Seltzer bubbles burst into action to relieve your upset stomach and aching head fast. Use only as directed. Oh, what a relief it is. What a relief.
This is a message for all entities with the ability to travel backwards in time. Temporal authorities have approved unlimited travel back to February 14th, 2010, so folks can join in on a world record-setting event that will eventually help bring us to the reality we enjoy so much today. The event revolves around a popular Earth television show called Star Trek. In February of 2010, the franchise launched its first MMO, and the record-setting event in the UK on the Millennium Bridge at 1 p.m. will try to bring together as many Trekkers and Trekkies as possible to celebrate the MMO's launch. The Guinness Book of World Records will be there to oversee the event. Prizes will be given away to the best dressed Trekkers and Trekkies. So, temporal entities, if you can be there, do be there. And again, remember, that moment in time truly defines this one. If you are scheduling this trip, please contact me, Kineas, at subspace-radio.net, so we can bring your coverage of the event to the galaxy. Thanks, folks. Spread the word. Okay, back to rocking the galaxy.
Why is that Tribble dead?
Another Tribble ate my pie and got fat, falling off the counter, landing on Case 1 Indra's phaser, which fired and killed that Tribble you see there. You see the carbon scoring now?
Oh!
Welcome to Starfleet Academy Weapons Training, cadets. Today, we are going to talk about the phaser. What exactly is a phaser, you may ask? Well, it's the best darn multi-purpose weapon ever created by man. Feast your eyes on this quick little video.
Oh no, I've had BUSHTALK.
The phaser is an acronym for
I'm so
Phased
sorry.
Energy Rectification. This directed energy weapon created around the year 2200 has been the standard weapon for Starfleet personnel since. Most such weapons were either Phaser 1, otherwise known as the hand phaser, which fit neatly in the palm of the hand and were used primarily when conspicuous weapons were undesirable, especially during diplomatic missions. Then there is the larger, more powerful Phaser Type 2, formerly known as the pistol phaser. Phaser Type 2 weapons were capable of a wide variety of settings, from mere stun results to power settings as high as 16, capable of leveling a small city. This weapon also had the ability to be overloaded. Type 3 phasers, also known as phaser rifles, pack the heaviest punch and can deliver power settings higher than level 16 and are capable of tearing through multiple bulkheads. The phaser has become the most popular and widely used weapon in the UFP since 2200.
That's right, cadets. The phaser is one of the greatest tools in your box. It can heat up your coffee, cut wood, laser etching, write large SOS messages, hunt small and large game, purify food and water, keep pests at bay, heat up rocks to keep you warm, dig ditches. It can be used as a cutting beam or welding device. It does just about everything. We will teach you every part, how to take it apart and reassemble it blindfolded. You will be taught how to maintain and upgrade a phaser from components And if you're good enough, maybe one day you will be able to create a legendary golden phaser with almost limitless power. Are you ready, cadets?
UFP Media.
17 minutes after the hour, Kenny is broadcasting from, in the real world, Colorado Springs, Colorado. In the game, we're somewhere in Nebraska, and we're getting encroached upon by the bad weather. To go. I need the flight time. Call me Grindy McGrindface today.
You're listening to the 420 show. It's not easy being green. Yay!
This show brought to you by Migach. I'm replicating that.
Well, I am trying to figure out how to start a poll, but I can't think of anything. But I've been playing my old radio content, so I guess I'm going to ask in the poll: are you a trekker? There, I've added a poll. Are you a trekker? You know, in the closet or out of the closet trekker? It got so political there for a while. It's still kind of weird that, created a mass exodus The other half of the community decided they were going to be jerks. And if you didn't vote the way that they voted, they just made life hell, as they do. And, started driving everybody out of the community because of their political beliefs. And that's not the way things work. In my head, you can agree, you can disagree, and that's the end of it. Other than that, you shouldn't be opening your pie hole. Really. And trying to drive people away from a franchise and a community that we've been a part of, most of us before you were born. And you're telling us we don't know Star Trek? I think a lot of folks have a lot of growing up to do. There's always been disputes in the community about this and that and this and that. But nothing ever so divisive and destructive and malicious. Hi, Captain. So I had to get out of there. They ruined
128.75. Kin Sierra Kilo Yankee Tree 210.
So they ruined something that was precious. So growing up, somebody would say, let's say, hey, Kineas, I want to get him a gift. What should I get him? Dude, anything Trek. Anything. He doesn't have everything. He doesn't have a lot. But he likes Trek. And those are always his valued gifts. And they usually get a spot up on a cabinet or wall, or, they don't get chucked in a drawer. Anything Trek, man. So, but now, I haven't wanted to be at their conventions. I usually do the Las Vegas convention. And I've even set up tables there and booths there and for Trek Radio and UFP Media. You can find photos of that. UFP Media, Star Trek. One of the good ones is the 50th anniversary of Star Trek, the convention in Las Vegas. STLV 16, I think, 2016. 50th anniversary of Star Trek. They put us right near the masterpiece, centerpiece of the whole convention floor. They built a saucer, the saucer of the Enterprise. And then underneath it, they split it into 4 sections, representing 4 different areas of the ship. And they built the sets. 1, 2, yeah, there was 4. 4 stages. 3 or 4 stages. I was too busy with my own booth right next to them. And they were great. They were awesome. And they had actors that would come up on the hour and they would perform their skits. And then after they do their skits, it was free for the convention goers to hop up on the stage. What's missing? Missing bed. Bed. One moment. Not that kind of bed. That's what my brain is just throwing up like a red alert, and it's just screaming bed. Oh, and Sometimes it's just not about the money.
Keeping you in the loop, UFP Media Network.
Men, do you suffer from the itching, chafing, or rash of jock itch? Then don't put up with it a day longer than necessary. Get Cruex, the product made specifically for jock itch. Cruex goes to work immediately to help relieve the itching, the chafing, and the rash. And its special medication helps fight the causes of jock itch. So don't put up with itching or chafing or rash a day longer than necessary. Get Cruex, C-R-U-E-X, and get relief.
Begin log. On the recommendation of Photonic Officer Harrison Ford, I have begun an investigation into the existence of an item in mythology known as the Golden Phaser. We initially went to Vulcan, where most scrolls and documentation on the item still exist. Our research then led us to believe a Klingon, an ancestor in the bloodline of Kalis, reportedly took the item from Vulcan and was assaulted and killed somewhere in the Risa sector in the Sirius sector block. We are en route now. End log.
$20 miles to go. Wish it was Zoom better. You can't read the dang text. Oh, I gotta tell you about my crew. So you folks help me generate names for my passive employees. I think you should be able to name your employees. I think you should be able to name your aircraft. It's not intuitive enough. I need to get over there on the forums again and start engaging. Because there are changes that need to be made, in my opinion. You should be able to name your planes. You should be able to see a profile page for all of your hired employees. And like role-playing characters, their stats should increase. Your goal is to get your pilots statted up. The only way you're going to do that is give them enough flying time. They don't fly unless you're flying. I heard the exception is skydive. That you can actually go put a pilot, go sit over there as an active pilot and skydive and just sit on the runway or, sit there in the parking lot and camp out. And by being active in skydive, just sitting there, your passives will all continue to work. Because it's not based on time, it's just based on, I don't know, it's a different thing. So somebody's found a loophole to go enjoy yourself over at doing skydiving and keeping your passives going. But I believe that they should be characters in your story. You should be able to assign them names, assign them genders, and generate personality traits for them. So what we did yesterday, let me close this up. We're getting close. Real close. Too close.
Kin Sierra Kilo Yankee Tree 210. Center. Altimeter 2976. Radar contact. Continue.
That's a big jump. 2976. This is life and death. This is life and death. This is life and death. Especially if you're automated.
IFR. Continue VFR to your destination.
And it's not automated in your aircraft. You have to do this manually. You have to set that barometer correctly. Again, if you're automated, this is life and death. Don't mess this up. When they give it to you, check it. Checking to see if we have any altitude set up in here. We don't. Where's it going to take us? Okay, to Xenos. Top of descent. Straight up ahead. Then a teardrop. And then to Favdu. Last night it went into a hole pattern. It stayed in the hole pattern. And I had to just hang out in the pattern for a minute. And then tell it to move on to Favdu. And we'll see if we can get any V-path out of this. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for taking even a minute out of your day to tune into good old Kineas. So yeah, I was in Starfleet. I was part of Captain Kirk's Enterprise. No kidding. It was, if you say, well, it wasn't canon. Well, what about if it was written by Dorothy Fontana? DC Fontana. And it's published. And it's a Star Trek Year 4 story that was never seen on television. But they had plans for other episodes. And so DC Fontana, along with her partner Derek Chester, worked for IDW Comics, and they released Star Trek Year 4, the comic book series, featuring some of the stories that they wanted to get to screen if they would have had a fourth season. So, if you're a Trekker, if you go over to the poll, and I'm asking you if you're a Trekker, and especially an old school Trekker, you will remember an episode where Spock had to act like he had betrayed the Starfleet and the UFP and Captain Kirk and his friends. And he claimed asylum with the Romulans. And he got really, really close to the commander of the Romulan vessel. Lovely, 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 lovely lady. And she falls in love with Spock pretty much as they can. And he ends up using that against her to steal the cloaking technology from the Romulans. And then he hightails it out of there. The thing is, the betrayal cut both ways. Because he was sincere, and he fell in love. I mean, it had an effect on him, on Mr. Spock, as much as it had on her. And although he got the cloaking technology, it cut deeply. Well, for a Vulcan, it was all intellectual. Oh, boy, that sucks. That was rough. Now, the Romulans, she took it a little hotter than that. So her and the Romulans ganged up real quick on the Enterprise and ambushed the Enterprise and engaged in a boarding party. And as Captain Kirk and Chekhov are wherever they're at on the ship, they're in a firefight with the Romulans, trying to get to the bridge. And Chekhov looks back as one of the red shirts takes a hot one, but he doesn't die. And Chekhov looks back and yells over to Captain Kirk, Tuthill got hit. And Captain Kirk, he's got to do what he's got to do. He's like, keep moving. Right? Go ahead, Captain. It's just a scratch. He would have left me behind anyway. And so Kirk's like, I'm sorry, you know. He didn't even say I'm sorry. He's just, look, he's got to get to the bridge. Keep moving. So they make it to the bridge. And you see that red shirt who's clutching his shoulder get sat down into like a Horus chair. Or he's just standing there. It's been my memory, you know. I don't remember. Something like that. Star Trek Year 4 by IDW Comics. The Enterprise Experiment is that story. So, written by D.C. Fontana and partner Derek Chester, and published. And that's me. I'm T. Tuthill. I'm Tuthill. Then when I started broadcasting and doing Starfleet stuff, that's when T. Tuthill became Kineas.
Kin Sierra Kilo Yankee Tree 210. Descend and maintain 4,000.
I kept them. Yeah. And then, after years and years and years of broadcasting and combat, space combat.
Kilo Yankee Tree 210. Did you hear my last transmission?
I did. Are you not getting my number one press?
Descend and maintain
there we go.
4,000. Kin Sierra Kilo Yankee tree 210.
Entering the teardrop. So we'll see if it holds or if I have to make it. Did I turn on vertical speed? No. But, oh, you know what I should be doing? I should have found out the dang elevation of the airport. Let's see if we can get that real quick. We need that. But it didn't say their altitude. Here we go. 1,400.
Kin Sierra Kilo Yankee Tree 210. Please expedite your descent to 4,000.
Expediting now, Commander. Okay, so 1,400 on the altimeter. And turn on VNAV. Alt and VPath. No need to be diving. So yeah, years and years and years of being in.
Kilo Yankee Tree 210. Please expedite your descent to 4,000.
Well, I'm getting there. That's 600 feet per minute. I have packages to consider. This is already too much. So yeah, after being in Starfleet and being part of media, UFP media, subspace radios, communications, music jamming and partying, I jumped into the holodeck one day and I said, I want to fly like those Earthlings fly. Man, I really love that everything is just go here, click here, go there, do this. It's just everything's so easy. I don't even have to click anything. I'm a germaphobe. Hey, computer, go here, go here, go here, go here. Here's the speeds, this and that and this. You make that happen? Yeah, you bet. It's 2026 right now, and NVIDIA IGX Thor, like the Avenger, God of Thunder, Thor. He's coming to a cockpit near you soon. The robot brain. So are we in a hold still? No, we're moving in. We're on our way. Anyways, I wanted to learn how to fly. And then it became the obsession. And then everything got political. And so it was easy to walk away. Those were all my babies.
Sierra Kilo Yankee Tree 210. You are 600 below your assigned altitude. Climb and maintain 4,000 altimeter 2976.
Shouldn't have engaged VPath so fast. I'm gonna, okay. Man.
Climb and maintain 4,000. Kin Sierra Kilo Yankee, tree 210.
Let's say we meet in between somewhere. I can't get back to 4, but I'll hold at 3-2. I see. Top of descent is now before Favdu.
Kin Sierra Kilo Yankee Tree 210. Please expedite your climb 4000.
Niet, nada, no. But I'll tell you what you want to hear, sweetheart. I don't want to cancel the IFR. We should have approval. That's what they want me to do, or that's just an option. Well, we'll see what happens. Should I cancel the IFR? Look, that's the question. What do you do? I heard it pop up something. Something popped up.
Sierra Kilo Yankee Tree 210. Please expedite your climb 4000.
No. All right then. She should be directing me in. So then I will.
Center, Kin Sierra Kilo Yankee Tree 210. Cancel IFR at this time.
Let's spin the...
Kin Sierra Kilo Yankee Tree 210. IFR flight plan is canceled. Radar service terminated. Squawk 1200. Maintain VFR. Frequency change approved. Good day.
What is the name of this place? Kolu. Thought so, but...
Kilo Oscar Lima uniform, automated weather observation.
Let's go.
Kilo Oscar Lima uniform traffic. Kin Sierra Kilo Yankee Tree 210. 5 miles southeast, 3100. Inbound to land. Runway Tree 2. Kilo Oscar Lima uniform.
All right. So where was I? Those were all my babies. Those are mine. Those are mine. Those were all mine. Lead creator, creative director, brander, illustrator, graphic artist, interviewer, editor, writer. I need to make sure our throttle's up enough. All right. So I'm trying to make my way back out to Xenos. Oh, should have changed that back to nav. So let's reacquire Xenos. So then, I was Kineas in the holodeck, learning how to fly like humans do, and it became the obsession. And then there was a massive temporal, upheaval. Happened in everybody's multiverse. Happened in Marvel with Loki and the time threads, and holy moly. You've seen Deadpool and Wolverine and the temporal agency over there. And over here it's Sector 31, and over here it's Aegis, and, you know, just across the spectrum. So I'm no longer there in a holodeck learning to fly. Till things change, I suppose. If they ever do. If they don't, that's where I'm at. They got pecked by a radioactive bird, which made it even worse. The Jones, the obsession. It's been a couple of years now, and I still feel like a noob. But one of the first things they stress early on is you never stop learning, so I don't feel so bad. Especially in the last 3 days. Especially on day one, the first several hours of day one as a company owner, the worst possible stuff. It was like I didn't know how to fly. It was like worse than a rookie. All of a sudden it became really real, because now everything matters. You know, it's still just having fun in a simulator, but, you know, role-playing for all intents and purposes, this is the dramatic stuff, man. Every credit counts now. Okay.
Kilo Oscar Lima uniform traffic. Kin Sierra Kilo Yankee, tree 210, 10 miles southeast, 3100, inbound to land, runway tree 2, Kilo Oscar Lima uniform.
So, waiting to see what happens here. Is it going to go into the hold, or is it going to move on to Favdu? Not ready to get it to Favdu. Might go to the hold. So it was going to go into the hold. So tell him to go to Favdu.
Oscar Lima uniform traffic. Kin Sierra Kilo Yankee Tree 210 is on final. Runway Tree 2 to land. Kilo Oscar Lima uniform.
Nothing to say, eh? All right, VPath back on. Set to 1,400. Grab my coffee. Cheers! Here's to your health, well-being, and prosperity. It is straight up noon here in Colorado Springs, Colorado. Not here. Here. We are in Nebraska, I think. Still in Nebraska? Time for one last quick scan. It's still early in the day, though. We're going to take a short little break and then keep going. Grindy McGrindface. Alexis Township. Clear Creek Bridge coming up. Keep an eye out for that. Loop River. Big Mouth Shiner. A killifish? Northern Plains killifish. There's a fishing add-on now for Microsoft Flight Simulator that I want to get. It's called Go Fish. I've got the camp out utility. That's what we should do when we stop for lunch. Yeah, let's do that. Over to our right.
Fort Atkinson had its genesis with the Lewis and Clark expedition in the early 1800s. After stopping in the area, Clark noted in his journal that the site provided a very suitable location for a fort. More than a decade later, Fort Atkinson was established. It was a large garrison. At its peak, it held nearly 1/4 of the standing U.S. Army, approximately 1,200 soldiers. The fort protected the growing western fur trade, and as the only governmental authority in the vast territory west of the Missouri, it also enforced peaceful relations between traders and the Indian tribes of the region. It operated from 1820 to 1827. After the Army realigned its forces to the south, Fort Atkinson was abandoned, and the area converted to farmland. In 1961, local concern prompted a drive to preserve and restore the area. The Nebraska Game and Parks Commission purchased the land 2 years later, and undertook a 20-year effort to reconstruct the fort. Today, much of the fort has been rebuilt, including barracks, gates, an armorer's shop, the council house, and the sutler store.
Very nice, very nice.
you.
Music to harmonize your coils to. You're listening to Trek Radio, broadcasting to the UFP and beyond.
Earth Colony 2, planet where George Samuel Kirk hoped to be transferred. Begin log. After arriving in the Risa sector with the best signed ship available in Starfleet today, my photonic bridge officers made short, thorough work of scanning for the materials that are reported to comprise the golden phaser. We've come up with nothing, despite deep neutrino and penetrating full electromagnetic scans. My crew investigated every possible location in the target zone with great mastery. Just when we were about to give up and return to normal Starfleet duties, we got a report of the golden phaser being in the area of a prisoner of war camp in Romulan space. End log. Begin log.
Oh, let's stop. All right, coming in. It doesn't want to use VPath, so that's fine. Do bed. Can't hear that at all. That's completely. Learn to speak. All right, we have touchdown. So lunch is on me. Stick around. It's going to get good. We're going to set up some camp. You might be thinking, oh, let's go to a fine dining restaurant. Heck no. A struggling Skydude trying to make money? Think we can afford to go out? I don't know what kind of airline you think you're working for. Oh, I got to tell you about my crew. So generated the first crew yesterday, got their genders, got their names. We still need a name for one female pilot. We already might have it. But if you've got an idea, throw it out there and I'll decide which one's best. And let's see here. And I'm going to tell you all about him here when we're camping. Oh, let me stop. Don't move.
Kilo Oscar Lima uniform traffic. Kin Sierra Kilo Yankee Tree 210 is clear the runway. Kilo Oscar Lima uniform. Kilo Oscar Lima uniform traffic. Kin Sierra Kilo Yankee Tree 210 is taxiing to parking. Kilo Oscar Lima uniform.
Okay. Let's power down here. We'll find something better bed here in a minute. Up. All right, scorecard time. Hey, not so bad. See, even that little bit of jostling around. Some of these turns, even though they weren't, we had no extreme movement. Matt, we'll take that A. So we did get that bad weather bonus of plus 40,000 credits. No skip bonus, plus 74,130 credits. Reputation bonus, 5,490. Base income, 35,680. That was a nice jump. We can cast 2,000 magic missiles per round now. Let's get the plane checked out, then we'll do lunch. Nah, we'll just do lunch first. We'll come back to that. We need to be somewhere. Really? $69,000, $82,000, $95,000. $83. That was a little far away. This is only 45 minutes anyway. Perfect. You're making grilled cheese at the moment? I can't wait to get in here and get lunch going. 17 minutes after the hour. I am on call today. That's another reason why I started early. One moment, please. Okay, so good. Good. Sorry, I'm trying to get my headphones back on. Big fat head. I got a hat on. A knitted cap, actually. It's kind of chilly today. All right. It's only 45 minutes. Yeah. So some damage to the oil tank or something, some degradation of it. That's terribly expensive. Like controls. Very expensive today. Not as bad, I'm sure, as it could be, but these people are making entirely too much money. I agree with everybody who says that the prices are outrageous. Dang. We just repaired that. Why you? All right, time for lunch. If you're into the role playing like me, then I think you're gonna love it. Captain Prosperity at everyone says what? One moment. Captain Prosperity says, oh, he's got a video. Oh, he's live. Prosperity 413, Captain Prosperity is live. If anybody else is live, let me know. Okay. Oh, please tell me what? We can't use it in here? We have to do it on our own off time and not on company time kind of thing? All right. Well, then we can be anywhere we want for lunch then. We're here somewhere, right? I don't know where we're at. There's Kansas City, Oklahoma. I thought we were in Nebraska. Omaha. Damn it, man. Just put the thing down. Good thing we're in a Joby. Perfect for that. Oops. All right, we are ready for lunch. Do. Need our cooler. There's our home peapot bucket. Let's put that one far away. Put this out and we'll watch the wind that way. All right, what's left? They don't have a radio. We got a cooler. We need a cooler, and we need some. We need to let the dogs out. No. I do need to start setting up sets. It would probably make things easier. Putting the dogs out. Who let the dogs out? I did. It's great. It's every dog. Every dog is here. Food bowls. Sorry you guys are gonna have to fight. We can't go out without this guy. We'll have to fight over the food bowl. I don't want to duplicate like 100 of them real quick. Gotta get this lunch on the road. Good. All right. Welcome to lunch. Aha, told you. Coffee, hamburgers, eggs, and the stir-fried vegetables. The smoke. The smoke is very important. If you're camping and you're flying around, how do you find your camp again? I've totally gotten lost, and then I discovered the smoke. Speaking of smoke, we missed it. We're late. We're late.
Hi, this is Arthur Ioria, and you're listening to my favorite Star Trek DJ, Kineas. Make sure to follow me on Twitter and stay in touch on my website.
Oh, my beer, lovely. Hello, I'm Helen Mirren, a notoriously frank and uncensored British lady. The collective, we are dumbfounded that people still drive drunk. So I'll sum it up like this. If you drive drunk, you, simply put, are a short-sighted, utterly useless, oxygen-wasting human form of pollution, a Darwin Award-deserving, selfish coward. If your brain was donated to science, science would return it. So stop it. Now, the chances are you're a fun, solid, respectable human being. Don't be a pillock. Your friends and family thank you. The friends and family of other drivers thank you. Your future self thanks you. This is supposed to be fun. Cheers. Nice and cold.
I don't want to look in there. I have to believe I was looking in there. What came over me?
My beer, lovely.
It's time to puff, puff, pass. You're listening to the 420 Show on Trek Radio. It's time to puff, puff, pass. You're listening to the 420 Show on Trek Radio.
I just want to sit here blind. This is kind of rather embarrassing, just sitting out here doing my business.
6 wheels beneath a dozen dreams.
Yeah, I need that fishing. I need Go Fish for Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024.
Sweet home can roam just as far as this highway goes. I've been here, I've been there, I've been everywhere. In each town I get the sense that I belong there. Oh, if only for one night these people treat me right. Well, that's enough to fuel the fight. I'm in a box that I don't own, but I laugh so hard that I forget to starve. 'Cause my home, sweet home, can roll just as far as this highway goes. I've been here, I've been there, I've been everywhere. And in each town I get the sense that I belong there. Oh, if only for one night these people treat me right. Well, that's enough to fuel the fight. I've been here, I've been there, I've been everywhere. And in each town I get the sense that I belong there. Oh, if only for one night these people treat me right. Well, that's enough to fuel the fight. Oh, I've been here, I've been there, I've been everywhere.
Whoops.
In each town I get the sense that I belong there. Oh, if only for one night these people treat me right. Well, that's enough to fuel the fight. That's enough to fuel the fight.
Good stuff from Arthur Uria. Dun, 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 dun,
2026
dun.
Chevy Equinox is ready for your daily drives.
Oh, stop. All right. So it won't be a long break, but I need to take a break. I've got to get out of the chair, stretch, run around, get a beverage. I recommend you do the same if you've been sitting. Thank you for tuning in. Please like and subscribe. Enjoy the lunch. It won't be long. When we come back, we're going to talk about First Crew. So yesterday we learned, I wanted to name my passive employees. So we got their gender. We rolled for their gender. You helped me out come up with the names, and I still need a name for a female. We're going with Hazards, what he's put out there. Not that it's any better or any worse. I'm just saying it. Whatever. We need a name. And we got their personality traits. So I'm going to tell you all about them when we come back, tell you their names, and we're going to get to know my crew, the passives, and hopefully at the end of the day, they will have worked their tails off as much as we have. So I'm going to just put it back on here. Do I have a... I'll be right back. On this one? No. 7:47. That sounds like a decent amount of time for a break.
Music to harmonize your coils to. You're listening to Trek Radio, broadcasting to the UFP and beyond.
Epsilon Hydra 7. Planet where archaeologist Vosh was barred from the Royal Museum.
You sure?
Epsilon Hydra 7. Planet where archaeologist Vosh was barred from the Royal Museum.
Oh, it's repeating.
You sure?
Epsilon
Oh, I'm
Hydra
sure.
7. Planet where archaeologist Vosh was barred from the Royal Museum.
Oh, I'm sorry. It is.
You sure?
Yeah, I'm
Greetings,
sure.
everyone. We here at Triple Entropy Enterprises are always
this one's
working hard to
dope.
bring
This
you,
one's
the
too much.
consumers, new and useful products. And today, in the final stages of research and development, is the patented Treble Tuber. This device
after being pecked by a radioactive bird, a somewhat mannered Tuthill was compelled to become Kineas, the Skydude.
Mr. Pop, do it now.
It's not pretty at all.
This station has been hijacked by the United Federation of Pirates. Do not attempt to change the station, or you will be vaporized on sight.
Wow. All right, welcome back. We're back from our break here. It's off here. Boop, boop, boop. At our campsite with our dogs, having a little spot of lunch. I'm done with the coffee. I got to switch to orange juice. And that was a nice little break. Very, very nice. Let's get the things we need to get out of the way. Please like and subscribe. I could really use the help. Very, very much. If you need a subscriber, I meant just pop into the chat room and say hi, and I'll go to your channel and subscribe. We are doing company work today. But as I promised, let me get back in there. I promised I would tell you about the crew. And since nobody else is throwing out a name, we're going to go with the names that have been thrown out as offerings. And there's a poll. Are you a Trekker? Okay. So, the crew... that you're seeing there... Okay, that's who we rolled up last night. And those are the names the characters threw out. I think Delta threw out Sarah and Grace and James. And then Aaron, Admiral Aaron, threw out Amelia and Jimbo. This female pilot of ours, we did not get a name for. And that's the name we might be applying from Hazardous, and a call sign from Hazardous today. Okay, but now let me tell you their personality traits. The personalities, Spock. Personalities. Okay. So we have the flight-seeing pilot, Sarah, and her personality trait is summed up by saying, no matter who you are, I'll do my best to be approachable and accommodating. Then we move on to our 4 light cargo pilots. There's Grace. Whenever possible, I cut corners to make my life easier. Now, Atlas had thrown out a bunch of male names, and I decided to combine them all into one. And so that's James Gordon Edward Thomas. James Gordon Edward Thomas. And he says, when you've seen as much as I have, you know not to boast till the job is done. Then Amelia Flareheart. I like to solve puzzles purely for the pleasure of it and will happily partake in any mentally stimulating game. Then we have our unknown pilot. This is who we might be assigning a name to. And her personality is, I'm often dramatic about small problems, while unable to really perceive the biggest issue at hand. And then there's Jimbo Jumbo Jetson. Now this is interesting. When pleased, I frown and cannot keep eye contact with anyone. So he's not frowning and he's looking us right in the eye. So he's not pleased. Maybe he doesn't like photos or me. I don't like working for this guy. I'm better than that. He camps out and makes lunch. He doesn't take us to fancy places and spend money on us. Sorry. Okay, so let's go into the chat room now and see if anybody else has thrown any names, but chances are they haven't. So we're going to go with the names Hazardous is thrown out there. Let me see. Da-da-da. Only had one slice of cheese, so your son took the grilled cheese. I had a slice of ham and a slice of Swiss cheese. And I got the orange juice now. And I'm happy as can be. So just even a slice of cheese. Okay. Heron Burns. Like Mr. Burns from The Simpsons. Not a nice guy, huh? Call sign Big B. Okay. Karen Burns. Let me put that in here. I've got a text document. I'm fancy that way. Okay, so Karen Burns. Call sign Big B. All right, thank you so much. Okay, yeah, so we used the D&D dice roller yesterday to come up with that. And we use a D&D personality generator. Okay, so now I think with the bed, Kitty's bed. You're so bad. Move the plane for 910. It is the top of the hour. Keeping you in the loop, UFP Media Network.
Begin log. We are here in Romulan space over Iconia, one of the last reported places the Golden Phaser has been. We have located the prisoner of war camp, but it has fallen into ruin years ago. We did, however, meet a doctor of colonoscopy who reported seeing the Golden Phaser lodged into the backside of an escaping POW right before he used the Iconian gate technology and whisked himself 300 years into the future to give it to a small boy whose birthright it is reported to be. I believe this child to be in the Regulus sector block and will head there now. End log. Begin log.
Man, I'm fluxed. My first job to the famous broadcast ship. I'm Sakuth. I just graduated top 10 at Surgenka Broadcast School. Coming to rock the worlds.
Hi, Sakuth. Welcome.
I'm Rockwell. Glad we could meet on the shuttle ride there. Harmonizing the coils to some good old electronica is my specialty.
Xander's the name and quality's my game. I look forward to working with all of you. What about you, ma'am? Are you a DJ?
Oh, no. My name is Moneypenny. I represent UFP Life. I am here on behalf of the company.
The company?
The company.
Most curious. May I ask why you're here? And what's in that box?
There's the broadcast ship, folks. Hey. Looks like we got a welcome party. A bunch of shuttles are heading right at us.
Subliminal! I've been working out my wrists. I'm ready to sign those autographs. Bring it on.
Is it common for the welcoming party to zoom right past us?
What? Wait.
What the? Hey, guys, look at that. Why is Starfleet surrounding the broadcast ship?
Incoming shuttle. This is Captain Jonathan Talon. You have entered a police action area. Failure to depart. Failure to comply within 5 minutes will result in a fine. If further notice is required, you will be boarded.
This is unbelievable.
The situation grows more curious.
Well, what should I do? Turn back?
Excuse me, may I? Captain Talon. This is UFP Life, Agent 42. Prepare for code transmission.
Thank you, Agent 42. Code accepted. You may enter the crime scene.
Crime scene?
Everything has been cleaned up and documented.
Very well, Talon. You may depart.
As you say, Starfleet out.
Okay. Time out. Hold your chronotons. Plot me a schematic here.
Translation, please?
Pardon me for interrupting, stewardess, but I do speak Sakuth, and what he means to say in layman's terms is what the frack is going on.
Everyone on the broadcast ship is dead. I could not say anything until I was certain.
And why exactly are you here?
On behalf of the company, I'm here to bring them back.
Back?
Oh, so that's what's in the box.
What's in the box? What does he mean, so that's what's in the box? What's going on?
Well, Sakuth, if my hypothesis is accurate, you're about to see something not subliminal, but supraluminal. Brighter than bright. Most angelic.
The repaired nanites you wanted distributed in the main computer core are set, ma'am.
Same here. The bridge and crew decks are done.
Well, the engineering and broadcast platforms are done.
Well done.
Okay, so what's in the box? What is that thing?
Shh.
Computer. Add this module, link to records, and begin extrapolation.
Whoa! Bodies phasing in all around us. What's...
Shh. Just watch. Don't move.
Hey, that's Kineas.
Shh.
I hope this experience brings us together. No, wait! What?
There's him.
Now you shush.
What the fuck are you doing? Don't shoot the EPS condom.
This can't be. Kane, does that mean...
That's right, Risa. The company. And of course that means...
Died?
So are we clones or what?
That is the only definition you can most likely understand.
I never understood the contract's fine print.
Billy! Hey, Billy D! Who killed us?
It was Hemi, Bridget. It was Ishu.
I'm sorry. I lost my mind. I think I was possessed. I could have never done such a...
That's right. Eshu was the killer.
Who are you calling a killer, Mighty Mundane?
Him.
Wait, I just remembered. I killed you, Time Warp.
Uh-huh.
Sorry.
Yeah, and Kuhash killed me. He's the killer, the moke.
I was possessed, Doc. I swear.
Enough. Stop. Strangers are watching us. Who are you?
Welcome back. Please sit down. I have something very important to tell you.
Boy, does she.
Shh.
Man, I'm fluxed. My first job to the famous broadcast ship.
Delta Vega, desolate planet with an automated lithium mining station.
one moment, please. No, you stop.
Keeping you in the loop, UFP Media Network. Keeping you in the loop, UFP Media Network.
It's 12 noon, Saturday, June 25th. This is Dwight Weist in the WR Newsroom with 15 minutes of the latest news. First, a look at the weather. Sunny and breezy this afternoon with low humidity, a high in the comfortable 70s. Present temperature just off Times Square is 71 degrees, and there are light, puffy clouds in the sky. I'll have the complete weather forecast for you at the conclusion of this broadcast. Today marks the 10th anniversary of the Korean War. The Communists observed it with a new demand that U.S. troops leave South Korea as well as other parts of Asia. North Korea, supported by the Communist world, made its demand for a U.S. pullout in radio broadcasts and the press, and at a meeting with UN command representatives near Panmunjom, where the Korean truce was signed. I'll have more news for you after this message.
There's plenty of evidence to make the point. It's oh, you think it's as simple as all that, huh? Well, let me tell you. I was just listening to Dwight Weist, and he said that the great race at Le Mans is now underway with the famous standing start. Does that mean anything to you? The standing start at Le Mans, what it actually entails, what it is? Well, I'll tell you what the standing start at Le Mans is. All the cars are lined up with the noses of them. Now, this is not started like any other ordinary race. The Indianapolis race, of course, is started
3019, really?
See, I believe it's 11 rows. 11 rows of 3 cars each, 33 cars, and they're strung out across the track in a great long line. And all the motors are started, and the cars take off that way. But this is a different kind of a race, the Le Mans. The 24-hour Grand Prix, which is one of the most famous and probably the most honored race of all the races all over the world. But the standing start at Le Mans is a spectacular thing to see. All the cars are parked, you know what they call angle parking in the States, with the noses into the curb? Well, all the cars are parked along the track in a long line. I believe it's a double line. That's right, not double really, but they're parked across the street from each other. They're parked along both curbs of the racetrack with the noses angled in toward the outer rim of the track. and the cars are stopped. The motors are not going. And they're all parked that way, and then the drivers, at a signal, run across the track. The race officially starts when the drivers begin to run, not when the cars begin to run. So they shoot off a gun, all the drivers run across the track, and they jump in the cars, and they step on the starter, they back up, and they drive away. Now, the reason they do this is because all these automobiles are supposedly stock cars in one way or another. They have to have starters, they have to have lights, they have to have a reverse gear. You know, there's no reverse gear on the Indianapolis cars. They're pushed backwards. So the reason that they have these cars back up is to prove that they all have reverse gears. They can do this maneuver, and they can be started by the driver. Well, one of the funniest things that I have ever known, one of the saddest, and I think one of the most significant, of course, I have a sneaking suspicion that almost anything that man embarks on, there is a touch of sadness connected with it anyway. There's the inbuilt sliver of frustration. The dream never quite comes up to the reality. Well, a friend of mine was entering a car. One of the wildest stories I've ever seen in connection with one of the great Grand Prix races. And this guy had a little racing car called a Bandini. It was an Italian car, and it was a very expensive piece of equipment. And he'd been racing it fairly successfully throughout many of the Midwestern tracks and some of the Southern tracks. And it was all sports car racing, you know, which has replaced polo, incidentally. Sports car racing has become what polo used to be maybe 50 years ago. And all the young blades, the guys who have plenty of dough, who have absolutely no ambition, but who have glands, find themselves racing in sport car races now. There's a whole collection of these guys who go from track to track. And it's become a sport which most of the people who began sports car racing, that is, it was begun right after the war. Again, of course, sports car racing is an old thing. By the way, this is not going to be a program about sports car racing. I'll tell you one thing, though, that happened. It was one of the wildest, funniest pictures I've ever seen of human failure, the fantastic frustration that this friend of mine got a hold of a Bandini race car. And it's a very expensive piece of equipment, highly tuned. It stands there, and even when the motor is turned off, this car quivers slightly. It quivers, and you could just feel the high-bred tension in it, you know. It's a car that is always standing with its knees flexed, ready to leap. Oh, it's a fantastic piece of equipment. You sit in this car, and immediately you feel as though you're 4 feet taller. And there's a sense of power that flows through your body, which of course is purely an illusion. But nevertheless, by the way, this is one of the reasons why so many guys get killed every year driving their ordinary homegrown automobiles along turnpikes, is this false sense of power and this false sense of security which the motor gives a man. Very few little guys do I know who really frankly admit that they buy big cars because big cars make them feel like big men, which is really the case. I have this little friend who looks like Jiggs or something, who every 2 years goes out and buys, and he makes hardly any money. You see, he's one of these guys who just barely scrapes along, but every 2 years he goes out and buys himself a fantastic automobile, always used and always at least 30 feet long. Tremendous car. And he is the only guy I've ever known who looks me right in the eye and says, I buy that little car, that little old 400 horsepower car because it makes me feel big. Big, that's it, big, big. And he gets into traffic and he bumps people and he tears up. He tears as Red. What is his name again?
You're admitting to crime.
Well, it doesn't make any difference. But the point being that the car is a kind of an extension of the personality. And racing, of course, takes it 1 or 2 steps further. And this friend of mine was a wealthy type who was used to getting everything he wanted, always did. He had nothing to do but race cars every second or third weekend. And so he got a hold of a Bandini, which is a sleek machine, beautiful machine. And he trained the car. He had a mechanic that went with it. He had a trailer that went with the mechanic and the car. He had 3 girls who wore red coveralls who went with the entire entourage. It was the whole bit, you know. He made Sports Illustrated. He made Sports Car Illustrated. He made rodent track, all of them. And he was always pictured sitting there with his white helmet, you know, buckling the thing underneath his chin, ready to take off on another big one. Well, I saw him one time take off in the biggest race of his career, and it was a beautiful, fantastic. It was right out of a Laurel and Hardy. They had trained the car. They had tuned it now for about 4 months for this big international Grand Prix. Now, to drive in an international, you see, is the equivalent of driving in a sort of a continuous stream of Kentucky derbies. It's a very difficult thing to get into, the big international Grand Prix. And he finally made his first international. And I was there to see him. And the Bandini was parked down there, the angle parking. They have the business of the standing start, and all the drivers are wearing their clean coveralls and wearing their white helmets, and Sports Illustrated was there and had taken the pictures, and everybody was ready to go. And there is also, incidentally, an international crowd that sort of gathers around all these Grand Prix. They travel from Grand Prix to Grand Prix. It's a very social, very special in-group. It has nothing to do really with the racing. It has, well, I guess, must be pretty much the same as the same crowd that followed the polo bums, and a few years afterwards, the tennis bums. But the tennis thing has kind of slipped into limbo. It slipped out somewhere around the mid-1930s. And, of course, it's still a big international event. But it is not followed with the same degree of social coloring that it used to be followed with. And now we have the big international racing. All sorts of people race in these things, and among them, the very, very rich. Also, the very titled. Both of them race in these events. Well, here was a Grand Prix that was being raced. And my friend was down there, and he was representing America in the whole shebang, the only American driver in it. They fired the cannon, and he ran across the track. And I'm cheering him on. Everybody else is cheering him on. All the bevy of international beauties, all of them looking like Bridget Bardot, incidentally. He goes tearing across the track. He jumps in his car, grabs a hold of the starter lever, and which incidentally was a pull type, which came out of the dash, the kind you pull out. He grabs a hold of it, pulls it right out by the roots. He pulls it out. All the other cars are backing out, and there's his car. So he rushes, and incidentally, one of the rules of the Grand Prix is that no mechanic is allowed to touch a car from the time it starts. That the cars have to be completely serviced by the driver, you see. If the car stops somewhere after 28,000 laps and a light burns out, you got to get out and fix it yourself. And so Chuck jumps out of the car. In the meantime, all the Ferraris and all the Aston Martins and all the Abarths are pulling out around him. There's this tremendous roar and the smoke and he's pulled the thing out by the roots. So he jumps out of the car, falls down, hits his head on the concrete with his white helmet, gets up, and he gets around the front, and he pushes the car out on the track. He finally gets it turned around, and he puts it in gear and begins to push it. Suddenly, the car started, and he was out of it. He's running alongside of it. This is exactly what happened. He's running alongside of it, and the car is going like a demon. He's running, and he jumps out, and he's hanging on the back of it with one hand on the steering wheel, his feet hanging over the fantail. The car makes one complete lap like that. And finally, they're trying to wave him off the track. The yellow flags are up, and the green flags are down, and the purple flags are flashing. And he's running along with one foot hanging. He looked like he was driving a scooter, and the Ferraris are going past him. Finally, he just sort of falls off sideways, and the car goes into the infield, and he just sits there on his duff. $26,000 worth of equipment. Now, what a beautiful sight. It was one of the... I mean, it just made me feel kind of warm all over. I don't mind. All the fancy trailers with the chrome wheels. I guess it's because it's Saturday, you know. I'm sitting here, and I'm listening to Dwight Weiss talk about that, and I realize that very few people, among the great mass of people, really know what all of this Grand Prix stuff is about. Incidentally, speaking of the Grand Prix, I noticed a very beautiful report by a writer for the New York Times, the only paper in town, and I don't have a contract with the New York Times, but the only paper in town that covers these things constantly and adequately is the New York Times. And I noticed a couple of days ago, right after the Grand Prix of Belgium, there was a beautiful write-up, and I don't remember who the name of the writer was, which is this is a terrible omission, but he wrote up the Grand Prix of Belgium, and he talked about the new cars opposing the old cars and the dangers that have grown out of the Grand Prix of today as opposed to the older Grand Prix. Well, very interesting thing about it, even as a kid, I was very, very fascinated by automobile racing. And in fact, almost every kid who grows up in Indiana, in one way or another, becomes involved in, not really involved in, but interested in the whole business of racing. Speaking of the race, going to the quick, or maybe the dead. This is WOR AM and FM, New York. Speaking of races. Do you, Don?
Ever hear Styx on a bass fiddle? Well, lend an ear.
To be crisp, a beer must be icily light. Icily light. With true lager flavor, precisely right. Precisely right. Lively golden, crystally clear. The crisp refresher. Crisp refresher.
The crisp kind of light with true lager flavor. That's Valentine's beer.
2 miles northeast.
No wonder it's the largest selling beer in the East.
Request flight following.
Hey, get your cold beer. Hey, get your Valentine. Hey, get your cold beer. Get your ice cold Valentine beer.
Radar contact 2 miles north of 0 India Alpha 1, 3200. Altimeter tree 020.
Well, I'm not going to talk any more about Grand Prix racing, except to say that probably the most interesting of all the Grand Prix racing occurred. Hey, why is it that hardly any... Do any of you... am I the only one who remembers this? I mean, this is just a...
It's time to puff, puff, pass. You're listening to the 420 show on Trek Radio.
Hi, this is Arthur Uriah, and you're listening to my favorite Star Trek DJ, Kineas. Make sure to follow me on Twitter and stay in touch on my website, arthururiah.com. Hi, this is Arthur Uriah, and you're listening to my favorite Star Trek DJ, Kineas. Make sure to follow me on Twitter and stay in touch on my website, arthururiah.com.
Supposed to feel when everything is happily in place. I didn't mean to cause you any permanent pain. Will you consider me? I feel forever young. I must be getting old. You think I'd be among the ones with self-control? I will somehow change.
please sympathize with me.
Though not too 5. Planet site of a battle fought with Klingons near Sherman's planet. Though not too 5. Planet site of a battle fought with Klingons near Sherman's.
Yeah, play that one.
Though not too 5. Planet site of a battle fought with Klingons near Sherman's planet. Though not too 5. Planet site of a battle fought with Klingons near Sherman's planet.
Uh-huh.
Though not too 5.
Oh, we already heard that.
Planet
Case
site
1.
of a battle fought with Klingons near Sherman's planet.
Ladies. Hey, good morning, Mr. Red. Here's your coffee.
Thank you, Mr. Gray. Hey, can I bum one of those smokes?
Sure.
Hey, how about a light too? I ain't got nothing but the habit.
No problem, Mr. Red. Here you go.
Wow, Mr. Gray. Is that a golden phaser I just saw peeking out of your jacket?
It sure is, Mr. Red. It sure is.
Thanks for flying UFP Starlines. We've arrived at Rigel 4. Please put your trays in the upright position and start exiting the Starliner. Chad?
Yes, please start filing out in an orderly manner.
This isn't right, huh?
Oh, I'm sorry. Being responsible for your ticket destination is not part of my job description.
Hey.
Bye-bye.
Thanks for flying UFP Starlines. Bye-bye.
My luggage.
We'll beam outside. Bye-bye. Follow my pointing fingers. Bye-bye.
Hi, excuse me. How many points do I get for this trip?
I'm sorry, do my ears look pointy to you? Bye-bye.
This show brought to you by Migach. I'm replicating that.
This broadcast has been rated NC-17 for mature audiences. Oh my. This broadcast has been rated NC-17 for mature audiences. Oh my.
Begin log. Through an unusual temporal causality, the golden phaser was lost and moved through time after being in the hands of a young 12-year-old boy. How it came to end up in a junkyard in the Beta Ursae sector, I will never begin to understand. I was able to finally obtain the golden phaser from 2 young men who had an addiction to smoking a local plant, in return for a box of something called ho-hos. Within the hour, I will begin my research into unlocking the secrets of the golden phaser. Begin log. Through an unusual temporal causality, the golden phaser was lost and moved through time.
The golden phaser. 1:33 in the afternoon here. Kenny is just grindy McGrind face today. We've got all the names of the NPC pilots, our employees, all named now. Pretty fantastic. So if you don't know, the passive employees, they only fly when you're flying. They will only fly the amount of time that you fly. So I'm not in a hurry to get anywhere. Unless I get a call that I have to go out suddenly.
119.6. Kid Sierra Kilo Yankee 4211. Minneapolis Center. Kid Sierra Kilo Yankee 4211. 3200.
I've seen it. I've seen that bug. I've experienced that before. And I don't recall if it was just a matter of once you get back into the aircraft, do it again, send it again over to avionics and ATC. Could be wrong. But I know exactly what you're talking about, and it used to happen to me too. But I don't remember if that was the solution. I don't seem to be having that problem anymore in the flights that you saw me doing. But I was constantly making sure things were running back and forth between them, so I was always hitting that, oh, I want to update the flight level, update this, change that, change the approach. Constantly hitting that send to avionics and ATC. Talking to Hazardous in the chat room, if you're not following Hazardous FDM, you should do so. And he's got a great Discord, build a nice little community. I have one too, if you would want to jump into the show and be heard on air. And but I'm not real great with Discord yet. You know, I should be. But if you would like to be on the show and just come in and chat instead of typing, then how do I invite? Invite to voice. Okay, so it says this should work as a link into the voice chat. And I'm going to post that in the chat room right now. So that's out there. If you just want to come in and chit-chat, say a few things, just hang out. Doesn't matter. Don't have to talk about anything in particular. We can talk about whatever's on your mind. It doesn't have to do with flying. I don't care. The lines are open. Me, I'm just trying to, again, be Grindy McGrindface today. And I just want to put long stretches of flight hours, or a couple hours, into flight time so that my passive employees, who are my first crew is now Sarah, Grace, James Gordon Edward Thomas, Amelia Flairhart, Karen Burns, Jimbo Jumbo Jetson. So that is my first crew. Dun, 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 dun. Hazardous just showed up. You should jump. Well, I don't want to tell you. If you don't want to jump into the voice chat, that's cool. Hello. Thank you for all your support. I really appreciate it. You know I do. I'm glad that for all your help, and I've really been enjoying what I've seen, what you've done.
What is up?
Hey, there you are. How are you? Hello? Test. 1, 2. Oh, hold on. I don't think my mic's working there. One moment.
I can hear you.
Oh, good. Oh, so please catch me up on what you were doing in Farming Simulator. That was your last video, right? The farming?
Yeah.
Your last live stream. Yeah.
So it's a new map, and I basically was just trying to get wheat for the chickens, and I needed the straw from the wheat for their bedding because I didn't realize that they needed straw as well, because most of the chicken coops in the game generally don't need it or don't require it. So I was trying to get that asset going, and I took the first batch of goat milk to the dairy to make bottled goat milk so I can sell that. And then I took the first batch of eggs to a different factory, but had a hard time figuring out what the plant would do with the eggs, and there's only one item that they would make with the eggs, and in order to make that I needed possibly flour, but there's no like recipe, so I'm basically just winging it and hoping for the best.
That's really interesting.
So I'm making a buttload of flour to take over to that factory to see if it actually starts producing something with the eggs I put in it.
Betty Crocker.
It's gonna take some time. It's one of those games that just like hurry up and wait, you know?
Sure.
Yeah. But I like it a lot. It's a nice break from the flying stress.
I hear you. I enjoy watching it. I remember I want to say Farmer used to come into the live streams. I haven't seen him about lately. And he was the first person I started watching playing that. You know, so he came into my live stream. He's like, yeah, I do this, I fly, and then I also play Farming Simulator. So, yeah, first time I started watching it, and next thing I know, like 2 hours later, I'm captivated. I'm completely captivated at... Well, the first thing that caught my eye was the attention to detail with the brand names on the equipment. And I'm like, holy moly, that's actually a John Deere. Holy moly, that's actually one of these. That's actually a Caterpillar. That's actually...
And there's so many mods. Like, you can get, like, right down to, like, specific model numbers in the mod store.
And I think as a product in general, I don't know if when they were creating that product, if they went to those people to get permission, like Asobo has to do.
They do. Giant Software has to pay licensing for the in-game ones. The mods,
yeah, that's a different story. They're responsible at that point. Not
pretty much, but it's a free game. I don't think like John Deere is going to come after John Doe over some mod in a game. You know,
possibly not. Yeah. You never know.
I would hope not. I've
Yeah.
never heard of it happening in the years of farming simulators. So.
Deep pockets. I
The
still
only
think that
thing
was
Giants does that a lot of people are not a fan of is in the years that they've been making it, like Farm Simulator 19 to 22 to this one 25. Giant Software has a habit of stealing player mods and importing them into the actual like next year's edition of the game.
No.
And there has been several lawsuits against Giant Software of civilian modders like suing them and like you either pay me or you're going to take that content out of the game because that's my mod you just incorporated.
Well, I'd want to stay out of that. My legal head is going, and it's running with it, and I'm like, I want to do, and it's like, oh. Then I thought,
like the whole,
I don't want to get into that. That is messy. EA does a lot of that.
Guided, in this new edition of Farming Simulator, they have like an option where you could have guidance for the equipment on the field, so you don't have to steer it, and it shows you where all like the headlands and all the like lines for the equipment, so you can basically lock it onto a path. And that was a mod in Farm Simulator 22, and when they incorporated it into 25, the mod maker sued Giants.
So it was like an autopilot.
Kind of, yeah.
That's it, and that's so awesome, and because it exists. The GPS and remote controlling of heavy equipment now, that's commonplace now.
Oh, it's been a thing for probably a decade in some form.
And I know that you've heard me already talk about NVIDIA's AI that's coming to aircraft, the IGX Thor, or maybe you haven't.
No, I haven't.
Okay, so NVIDIA has created a product called IGX Thor, like the Avenger, God of Thunder, Thor. And this AI, also called Robot Brain, it was built as a casual conversation AI, a conversational AI. So you can talk to it. Okay. It's going to be able to handle helping you with your flight plans, with sensory awareness, with I think it's going to help with everything in your cockpit.
So that's sort of like that mod where it's like Say Intentions.
Yes, Say Intentions is AI air traffic control, I think. I don't know what else it extends into.
As far as I understand that mod, now I haven't seen a whole lot of it. I've seen a couple people use it a tiny bit in some other streams, but it sounds like you don't have to know the ATC lingo. You just say, airport, I'm coming in for a landing, and then it transfers that into like the in-game computer talk, and then it happens,
I really want to check that out. I would love to be able to speak ATC confidently.
There's a lot to it.
Yeah, there is.
It's kind of intimidating.
Yes, it is. And that's the entire reason.
It scares me, because if you say one number wrong, it could kill you or somebody on the ground.
So they've got these virtual networks out there of real people running air traffic control for real simulators. The VATSIM.
I don't know how they do that.
Yeah, VATSIM. And there's the nightmare stories I've heard with newbies who are, the first several days or hours on VATSIM, and if they just totally didn't study right and prepare, they get flamed so bad.
Yeah, I make sure that option is disabled in the menu, so I don't have to put up with that.
After all this time, I should have all these ATC calls down by just doing it over and over and over again and just memorizing what the heck they're saying, but it hasn't stuck. So yes, Say Intentions seems like an awesome tool for that. But do you remember the television show Knight Rider?
Oh yeah, I've got Knight Rider on my personal home server.
Oh really? Okay, so kits. The idea of kits. That's what the IGX Thor is.
Huh.
Right.
That's interesting.
So, hey Thor, I'm having a heart attack over here. Actually, just want to take a break, and I want to take a break. Take over. It can take over. I heard it can do everything, but it's early days. I don't know what I don't know everything about what it's going to be able to do yet. Everybody said it's going to be like putting kit in your airplane.
So one day it can just like lose its mind and
yeah, you're an asshole. You know what? I have been listening to you for 2 weeks, and I have come to the conclusion you are a shit
person.
Yeah, you are out of here. And they really need. I think it'd be great if they could get Chris Hemsworth to be the voice of it. Synthesize his voice. But yeah, I've also thought it'd be great to be able to make the voice whatever you want it to be.
Yeah.
Whatever persona you'd want it to be. Like Robin Williams. I
don't know who did the voice for it, but Hal.
Yeah.
Just to have Hal in there.
Uh-huh.
Scaring the crap out of you all the time.
So there's this lady comedian, not around much anymore, but Wanda Sykes, and she has a reputation of, when she's on movies and films, like imagine like the uppity maid, just comes back with the best. Anyway, she's great, and but if you know her, I thought that would be a great voice to have, a great personality to have in your cockpit. I can see it. Scarlett Johansson would be kind of nice.
I'm drawing a blank on his name for some reason. He's old now, black actor. He's in a crap ton of movies. He played God in Bruce Almighty. What's his name?
Morgan Freeman.
Right. Morgan Freeman.
Right.
Voice of your AI.
Yeah, and not only that, you could say, how everybody tweets, they're like, they use that voice as the narrator. They're like, somebody will say, narrator Morgan Freeman voice, and then they'll type something out, so you hear that voice in your head. Anyway, the thing is just being able to say, okay, not only are you going to help me with this flight, you need to narrate it.
Yeah. That'd be weird.
And that's going to be so much fun flying with AI companions.
I don't know, part of me is like, I think we're starting to rely on AI too much.
It is so funny how the younger generation, like my kids, they hate AI. Now with Hal, the one that scared everybody early on.
Yeah, because we grew up watching Hal.
Right,
what happened to that?
But if you read the sequels, the sequel stories written by Arthur C. Clarke, Hal was hacked. So Hal was hacked, and he was given information that threw him into a catch-22. So Hal was not operating on his own, and he wasn't acting. He didn't intend. I don't think Hal really wanted any of it to happen. He just couldn't do anything about it. They ran into a superior race with the obelisks.
Right. Yeah.
Right. So
Yeah.
when they were investigating the obelisks all through time, and at the point where Hal comes in, they hacked Hal, and all of that. What their mission is and what they plan and intended, Hal discovered. He was kind of hacking them back. Either way, his interfacing with this superior force, we end up finding out that they're whoever they are. It ends up being more like the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy at that point, because their plan is to do something in our sector of space. Or they're just not happy with the way things are going on Earth, and they're going to wipe us out.
I've heard that for years, though. Like, in stories, like, hypothetically, if aliens are real, which I believe they are, there's no way we're alone with the number of star systems in the universe and everything. We just can't be the only cognitive race of walking, talking beings out there. If they're actually smart enough to traverse galaxies or the universe, maybe they're not happy about how violent we are.
Yeah.
I've heard this from people, like they don't want us to use nuclear weapons, and they're trying to get us to stop. I've heard that. I don't know.
Yeah, but I mean, that's, I think anybody interested in ufology, or whatever you want to call it these days, we've all had these conversations. What's the plan, Stan? So in the 2001 stuff, though, in the 3001, and when we get to like the year 3000, I think they find the body of Frank Poole, if that was his name, the guy that Hal first clipped his thing and killed him, or we thought he was dead, but he wasn't. He was just instantly frozen, something like that. And they bring Frank back to Earth. So now it's the year 3001, and he's blown away with the advancement of technology. So Arthur C. Clarke really nails where we are kind of right now. Maybe a little bit more advanced. Yeah, 3001. And he's blown away with the virtual reality. It's like the holodecks. I think he's soaring around like in an avatar mode, flying on dragons and stuff, and just crazy stuff. But anyway, we find out that Hal's been reactivated, and they discover this plan that they're just going to wipe us all out. So Frank, working with the government, relays the information, and they go to a vault that contains something like the 5 deadliest computer viruses that were ever created. And the story ends with Hal uploading that stuff to them, and I don't know what happens after that. So Hal gets redeemed, we strike back.
That's not a movie, right?
No, these are the follow-up books by Arthur C. Clarke.
Books.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Did you know that not only was he a science fiction writer, he helped create satellite technology?
Well, some say that 2001 Space Odyssey wasn't just a made-up movie, it was factual.
A little bit more truth to it, huh?
It was more of a documentary than anything else.
Now, those are the rabbit holes that I love.
Yeah.
So what's next? So you did Farm Simulator yesterday.
Yeah.
And so what's next for Hazardous?
Well, today I was trying to fall asleep last night, and I was watching. My wife just lets YouTube play all night because she needs sound.
I used to do that with my flight videos when I was trying to learn it all, absorb it through osmosis while I sleep.
But she was watching Call Me Kevin play Minecraft. And I kept thinking, like, God, I haven't played Minecraft.
That's right. We talked about that.
Oh,
Minecraft.
So I thought I would give that a shot today.
It's hard to believe that somebody doesn't really understand or know what Minecraft is these days, but I have to admit, I've seen it. I know there's a movie. I know it's very popular. Initially, the old whatever graphic style they call that, I didn't really enjoy. Tell me what? No, it's more like the 8-bit. Where everything looks like 8-bit graphics.
Like in the graphics, yeah.
Yeah. Because I'm all about the high fidelity 4K. We want to see every detail. But either way, what do you do? What's the goal? What do you do?
So the whole end game, I guess, or the point to Minecraft, the way I see it, is to go to a place called the End and kill the Ender Dragon.
Wow, I had no idea that there was anything like that. I thought it was you're a dwarf and you're going to mine some stuff and make some stuff, and seen people build things. I had no idea it had an end game.
Yeah, it's had an end game basically its entire life. Not its whole life, but pretty much its whole existence. The End has existed. So you got to build a portal and go through the portal into the End and kill the dragon.
So all the other stuff people are doing, like building the Starship Enterprise, building this, building that, building this, that's all just stuff you can do extra?
Yeah.
So kind of like, is it like an MMO? Can you run around and see each other's stuff, or are you...
there is multiplayer. You can open it up to online and play with your friends and build together, or build your own little separate things.
With no end game, with no, it's just free form, whatever you want to do.
You don't have to really do anything in the game other than build. There's even a creative mode. It unlocks all of the blocks and doodads, and you can just build and tinker with whatever you want.
That sounds pretty fascinating. I kind of like stuff like that.
Years ago, I played a lot of creative mode Minecraft, and I built like an entire what would I describe it as? Like a New Age Aztecian city. So instead of like dark stone blocks, it was all done in white granite.
You had me at New Age Aztecian.
Yeah, it was the coolest. I had like bridges going around between the sections above, in the sky, with signs directing you to each section, so you wouldn't get lost. And when I stopped playing it, I was working on I guess a minecart system that you could ride around those pathways to the different sections.
Wow.
I even built a section underneath, like the center of it, inside a underground cavern, that I encased everything in gold. So it was like the city of gold, you know?
Nice.
Yeah. Played a lot of that.
That sounds awesome. For a small period of time, there existed a game that was available on Steam called Medieval Engineer. It's from the people that created Space Engineer, and they did Medieval Engineer. And in my mind, that's what I kind of thought Minecraft was. I guess the creative mode, because you could go out there and do anything, build anything, find plans to build things, and eventually build up castles and siege equipment, all kinds of things, farming, blah 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 blah.
Interesting.
The neat thing about that one is that they had barbarians roaming the land, and so in the early game, before you really have any chance to build good defenses, they're gonna roll across you once or twice. So it's usually while you're trying to get some rest, or you're trying to, in the middle of building something, all of a sudden you're attacked.
Oh yeah. Well, Minecraft has that sort of aspect as well. When the sun goes down, you have skeletons that come out with bows and arrows, and they start shooting at you, and you have to kill them. Or there's zombies that come out. You gotta kill them. There's other guys that come out. My son could tell you what their names are, but these like other creatures, when they get close enough to you, they start kind of like flashing. and then when they stop flashing, they explode.
Oh my goodness. I can see why it's very popular then, because that kind of gameplay, you know, I'm working on stuff, there's a chance you might get jumped at night, yeah. One time I was digging a pit, man. I was doing like what you're talking about, like getting the underground prepared, tunneling out everything I needed to create the dungeons and everything underneath the castle. And had this deep hole, and they had all fallen into the hole and trapped me, and I really had nowhere to go because I was just digging a mine. So yeah, it makes it very exciting. Adds a lot of excitement to that kind of builder game.
Yeah.
What else do you have?
I don't know, not much planned. I think I'm gonna build like a stream schedule. So like, I have a notepad that I've started a list, and you can tell me if this is catchy. Like Minecraft Mondays.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or Fly Day Fridays.
Yep, absolutely.
Tuesday's Tractor Day.
If the monetization isn't a big deal at all,
well, I just want like a diverse community that watches me, you know.
Well, what I was going to suggest is on Fly Fridays, in the Microsoft community itself, over at the forums, they have a community events calendar, and usually every Friday at noon Mountain Standard Time, they do the community fly-in, and it's usually the community hosts and guests, and they do like world tours, or they just pick spots, and they suggest the type of plane that you might want to use for it, for the speeds that they want to do to get all the map in, yada yada yada. So every Friday, that's kind of fun to get into and broadcast as well as those community events. So
I have seen people. That reminds me of I forget exactly when it is, but they have that like huge, what do they call it, like across the pond event, where they fly from like the UK to the United States all together, and they use live ATC, and there's like 3,000 people trying to take off all at once and get to the United States together.
I had no idea it was that big. Pardon me.
Yeah, I think it's in like August or something like that they do that.
Well, I've heard of the maybe it's the Oshkosh thing. I keep hearing about Oshkosh, and that it's this humongous yearly flying.
I think
spectacle.
It's that.
Yeah.
Where everybody jumps in their Boeing 737 or Airbus, whatever, and they fly across the pond to the U.S.
Wow.
Yeah.
So it's a trip to see 50, 100, however many people tune in, enjoying the live stream, and every bit of information that you need about which server to be on, yada yada yada, their Discords. It's all there on the linked in the event calendar each week.
Interesting. I didn't know that existed.
Yeah.
I'm not really huge into like giant groups. I get stressed out, and I've always been a bit of a introvert, I guess.
Uh-huh.
I'm kind of quiet a lot of the time, so like big groups shut me down. So
well, you don't have to talk to them, and there's no collision. There's no. You have to turn your collision off, and you don't really interact with anybody unless you want to, and it's just pretty much just listening to the hosts and guests talk, and following along with they Twitch it live on Twitch. So what I usually do is I throw them up in the corner so you can hear them and see them, at least small. And just let everybody see all the different planes, showing the viewers 100 airplanes in the sky.
I bet there's a lot of crashes.
Oh, there are. And they usually, the fun thing is usually they have a couple of stops. So for each map or each Friday, they, here's the route that we're doing, and you can download the plans beforehand and upload into avionics. And they usually have a couple of runways, a couple of stops along the way. And then it's everybody watches everybody do their landings. And sometimes the quick critiques. Who stuck it, who botched it. So it's always usually fun to be one of the first ones there, so you can get to watch everybody else. Oh, and then so there's usually two or three of those, 2 stops, 3 stops, and a lot of fun.
Sounds interesting.
Yeah, there are lots and lots of different community events going on every single day that, again, I'm doing my own thing for right now, but it's neat to see that there are lots of different things going on. Anything else other than Minecraft, Farming Simulator, Flight Simulator? What's Wednesdays?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't have anything set up for Wednesday or Thursday or Saturday.
What are some possibilities?
Jeez, I don't know. Let me take a look at what's in my chest.
My wife is trying to, she doesn't have to try to, but she's really into The Sims 4. Well, she's been into every iteration of Sims that has ever existed.
Well, The Sims used to be good before they made it free.
She gets she gets everything. So I don't even want to do the math to figure out how much she has invested in all the Sims titles. Mm-hmm. So it's usually like $500 for every one that's been out or more. And on this one, I know that she's into at least 1,000 or more.
I could tell you right now how much she's potentially spent. If she has all of
everything. Maybe she has, okay, I don't think she got the Star Wars thing. Like one thing. She's not really into Star Wars. Other than that, yeah, it's maybe one here, one there.
111 add-ons, ranging in price from $5 to $40. And if you add all of the DLC to your cart in Steam, minding the base Sims 4 is free.
Right.
$1,587.90.
Okay, well, take off 90 cents, and that's probably what she spent. So my point after all of this is I've been looking at all the stuff that she's got, and usually whenever she gets a new pack or something, I'll play it for a month or two. But she's got so much stuff now for me to catch up on. Lots and lots and lots that I've been thinking about also doing The Sims.
Released a new one.
The royalty pack.
Yeah, I was watching somebody play that yesterday or the day before.
So no matter what I'm doing broadcast-wise, I'm always using the same character, Kineas. And so even when I play Sims, I play Kineas. And the last one that I played that she got was the Horse Rancher. So I got to be Horse Rancher Kineas. And that was a lot of fun. Good stuff. So the royalty appeals to me because there's sword fighting in it, and I like that. And she's got the death pack now, and she's so much.
Yeah, that game's over the years has expanded so much, and there's so many different options as far as packs to add to your game that you can almost play it however you want now.
Yes. Yeah. for sure. What they need to improve now is one of the early iterations. I just think it was Sims 3. Sims 2 and Sims 3, they were really pushing the boundaries of what an early AI could do. And so your Sims had a lot more persistence of memory. They remembered who you were, and they could go out and affect the environment in ways that Sims 4 hasn't yet to achieve. So the best example I can give is that I have a town. The way it used to run too was more like Sim City. How your city was affected would encourage or discourage from people to going to City Hall and protesting. So either way, let me get to the point. I created a cadre of female crooks and burglars and master thieves, evil, and they were all evil. And I just let them go.
In your chat, Tail Dragger.
Hey.
Asked how the flight's going.
Slow.
Like a couple minutes ago, I forgot to mention that.
I'm sorry, and I'm bad about it. Yes. He's the one who contributed one of the names last night.
Did you know? I scrolled by one of his streams yesterday, and he's got like screens and shit with like the whole yoke and all that stuff.
Yeah, I saw that.
I didn't know he had that set up. I was like, oh my god,
that's
crazy.
It really is. It's awesome though, on a crazy level, you know.
Yeah,
wow,
it's crazy.
If I could do it, if I had the money to do it, I'd do it. If Christine didn't care that I spent that kind of money, I'd do it.
Well, I know, like, you know, the whole center console of the Boeing 737.
Yes, sir.
You can buy that.
Yeah.
For $10,000.
Yeah.
I've seen a couple streamers with it. It's like, how can you afford that?
It must be nice. It's got to be nice, man.
It must be nice, yeah.
It's got to be so choice. I haven't even stepped up to doing VR yet.
I can't do VR because it makes me sick.
I think that's what I'm looking forward to. Back in the day, they used to have these electronic centers called like Electronic Universe or something like that. But they were these big, back in the day, the old computer super centers. And they were demonstrating VR. And so I got into one of the primitive ones with my dad. And you run around, you try to shoot each other. And there's a pterodactyl that flies around the map. And he swoops down. And if he catches you, he takes you up into the air. And then he drops you. And you die. And the first time the first time he dropped me, I felt it, and that's exactly what you're talking about. I think I felt
it's the
sensation of being
between what your physical body is doing and what your eyes and your brain think is happening.
Yeah,
and it churns my stomach and it makes me want to throw up.
And to me, it was mind blowing. The idea that the brain, just with with the sensory input that you're getting, the brain is immediately started simulating the physical feeling of what it should be. And that right then and there, I couldn't believe it.
Have you seen those first-person shooter simulators with VR? Where like you put the VR headset on and then like you step onto this round platform that can like shift around under your feet and you like hold a fake like VR gun thing.
Yep.
And you can like run.
Yes.
And crap. Oh man, those to me look probably the funnest.
Right. I've seen them. Again, I haven't had a chance to experience it. But I think when I finally move up to VR, I probably will never go back.
You should do flight sim in VR.
Yeah, that's the whole point. That's it. I don't mind that. The queasiness doesn't get me. Fascination gets me.
Well, you're one of the lucky ones, because I think they did a study a couple years ago, and they found that like a certain percentage, I can't even remember what they said, a certain percentage of people will always get sick doing VR, just because the way their brain works, and I might be one of those percentages, but they've also said that like over the last couple years with the advancements in the technology, they've done a pretty good job of eliminating some of that. But I haven't tried. I've been kind of scared too.
I think if anything, like flying like this, where I'm on the screen and I'm just floating, nothing's going on. But over the last couple of days, I've had stalls and spins and crashes. And one of the spins I got into, I didn't think I was going to be able to recover from, and it was wicked. And I can't, the idea of experiencing that in VR, that's got to be a trip.
Tail Dragger just said, I went back to triple TVs after VR. The headset gets uncomfortable after about 30 to 40 minutes.
I think that's probably what has turned me off.
I could see that. Yeah.
That is that big old chunk on my head instead of something elegant. And it's coming. I know it's coming. I'm seeing different headsets out there. So one that is now not this weight. More like just some Cyclops.
Just like a pair of glasses you put on.
Yeah. The Geordie LaForge, Are you a Trekker? Were you ever a Trekker?
No.
Really? Never? Did you watch Star Trek at all?
No.
Oh, be darned. See, now that's
I have the original Star Trek series on my home server, though. I've seen a couple episodes. I'm familiar with it. I find it nostalgically comical to watch it. This is so weird and just funny.
Well, if all we ever talk about is just the original Star Trek, nothing else, just the original seasons, great. I'm glad you at least have that.
Yeah.
And to me, at the way things are going, I think the next generation was all right, but if all we had to talk about is that's enough. That's Star Trek.
So you know about probably everybody's favorite episode, the Trouble with Tribbles?
That's definitely in. Shore Leave is a good one, where they go to like a fantasy planet, where whatever you're thinking it starts to happen. Captain Kirk runs into an old classmate, Finnegan, who was a bully, and McCoy ends up getting skewered by a knight on horseback. Sulu gets into a rapier fight, I think. Either way, they end up finding out that it's the planet's like a pleasure planet, and it tries to make your reality happen. You don't actually die. It's like Westworld.
I don't know anything about Westworld.
It was a 70s movie about theme parks that you would go to, like the Wild Wild West. And you could get in gunfights and do all these cool things, and nobody would get hurt or die. And then Westworld is kind of like Hal went crazy and started killing people. Good classic sci-fi. Great classic sci-fi. Anyway, that was a good episode. The one with the Gorn. And Kirk makes a boomstick out of some stuff. It's a good one.
I have been thinking about purchasing City Skylines too, though.
It was on my mind. It was on my wish list. And then...
It's on my wish list.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not very, I have a hard time with design and, functionality sometimes. So, I would build something, and it would be completely counterintuitive to the future growth of the city I'm trying to build.
I am a SimCity fanatic. Back in the day, before any social yada yada, early days of computer.
One game that I think they should bring back is SimCity. They haven't made one in so long.
I do too. All along, I'm glad we talked about The Sims, because early on, we SimCity creators and the Obsessioned, we said we like the idea of The Sims. And he said, cool, you're going to get The Sims. And then he also was making Streets of SimCity and SimCopter. And he was showing us all the ways that we could build a city and then go into our city and fly around and do copter stuff, or do the high-octane Streets of SimCity content, rocket launchers, hover tires, smoke, it's mayhem. And then The Sims, to where you could live in your city and play as a sim. And then there was the idea of like Sim Tower, where you could introduce all kinds of Sims. So Maxis, when they started getting involved, when EA started getting involved with Maxis and started supporting them and ultimately kind of taking over, Maxis ended up killing off all of these ideas. And then they killed SimCity. And the whole time...
That was probably more EA, because EA makes really poor
That's what I mean. Yeah, bad. The worst. They killed all of the content. Now that, like, now Sims 4, everybody's like, well, we've done anything. How are you going to keep this exciting? And us old-timers have been mocking them, saying, yeah, we don't, obviously people don't care spending $1,000 for content. Link it all together. Bring the whole idea of grand unified thing together again. And now you have several lines. So now you have the SimCities line, which can incorporate into Sims. And you can, either way, you start linking all of these content packages together, so you can be playing The Sims 4 and then immediately jump over and run things as mayor of SimCity. If that makes sense. I hope all that made sense.
Yeah. I was actually watching a streamer named Cineac play SimCity. I think it was SimCity 2 or something like that a couple weeks ago. And just like the look of it and the feel of it was so nostalgic. I just sat there like in amazement, like, why can't they do this again? Why can't they just bring this back?
Uh-huh. All right, let me ask the next question. Were you ever a Star Wars fan?
No.
Okay.
I did watch them all, and what do you call it? Like the machete order, where
I don't know.
You watch them in a specific order in which it would happen in time, not in the true release of the movies. Because, like, they had this habit of, like, releasing another Star Wars movie that would take place before 2 movies ago, and then they would release another one that was like in the future, and then they would release another one that was before the last one you watched, and they were all like out of order. So like you can actually look it up. I think it's called the machete order, and you watch them. I actually have them in this folder in the machete order. I could tell you what order to watch them in. Star Wars Complete Saga. Yeah, I have them listed and numbered according to the machete order. So it goes 1, 2, 3. Wait, no, that's not right.
So I am being a bad host, so I didn't put 2 and 2 together until just now. But Tail Dragger's in the chat room, and he came in after I had already linked you in and mentioned the link thing. So I just threw out the Discord link again. Just Tail Dragger, in case you'd rather just jump into the Discord, there's the invite, if you'd like.
Okay.
I'm not excluding you at all. I just didn't think about it.
Right.
Well, my point with
here's
that...
the core machete order. You go 4, 5, 2, 3, 6.
Okay. 4, 5, 2, 3, 6. But leading into that, we were talking about, I just wish they would make that game, the games we were talking about. Why don't you just do this? Why don't you just do that? Star Wars released X-Wing Fighter and TIE Fighter back in the day. And they were mind-blowing for the time. And since they were released, then they bunged it up and gave it to another gaming company, which couldn't reach the levels of mastery it needed. Anyway, we've been begging for that one to return over the years. Why don't you just re-release X-Wing and TIE Fighter? What? You know, like Madden 2025, every year you get a new TIE Fighter and X-Wing game. Just keep updating the graphics and blow us away.
I think it's because they can't, or they don't want to make a game that they can't permanently monetize with DLC content and always have an income stream like The Sims.
Well, I think they could. And I think,
but they don't see it going as deep, right?
Right. Well, I hope
like
somebody over there,
you know.
Oh, for Star Wars, I don't know. I think that's one of the things. To me, it's a persistent. It's not going to go anywhere. You have the crowd, and so they should be. I think they should be taking advantage of that, and that would be one. You know, you sold me back then. I've wanted an X-Wing since I was 9.
One of my friend's favorite games, I think, was on Nintendo 64 called Star Fox.
Yeah.
And there's a huge community that actually wants them to bring that game back as well as like a sequel.
I got to play for maybe 30 minutes. My cousins were all into Nintendo platform. And
I played. That was my first kind of introduction to video games. Was obviously GoldenEye. And sitting with my brother and his friends, just getting my ass handed to me by Oddjob. You know.
That was our first real multiplayer games too.
Yeah. If it wasn't for GoldenEye and its multiplayer, I don't know what multiplayer would be like, because they kind of started it.
That got us into LAN games. So it went from GoldenEye to everybody get a computer. Let's do something even more interesting. And so that led into Half-Life. Well, the first thing was Starfleet Command. We had a buddy in the group that was even more fanatical about Star Trek than I was. And he's like...
And then out came WoW.
Yeah. Okay. But they managed to condense a tabletop game like Starfleet Battles into a game that was Starfleet Command. And it's one of these heavy duty tabletop games where it takes an hour to do maybe 10 minutes worth of time. It's really complex, and you do it by like 32 movements per blah blah blah. And it's done on a tabletop, and it's a giant strategy Star Trek fighting game.
So it's like Risk?
No, but space combat. No. There is a ground aspect to planets, but mostly it's just ship versus ship battle. And the movements in time involved with a conflict.
Are you interested in space flight?
Yeah, that's why I was part of the Star Trek community for 100 years, you know.
I do play on occasion, depending on when they release updates and what's actually happening in game. I do play Star Citizen.
Yeah, I have it. I have an initial subscription from years ago, and a buddy of mine stays heavily involved in that, and I haven't been back in a while, but he keeps inviting me in, and he's always blowing my mind every time I go back.
They're testing the next update, number 4.7 right now, which is going to bring in the crafting and stuff like that. So now we're going to have a reason to go out and mine all these minerals and scavenge all these ship parts and stuff like that. So we can take that material and take it to a machine and craft different weapons and armors and stuff like that.
Their hangar is what inspired me in the flight sim community to really ask Asobo for persistent hangars. That was one of the things that blew my mind. I'm really into collecting things and swag, and so my buddy in Star Citizen invites me into his hangar. And he's like, oh yeah, I picked up a jukebox, and I picked up this, and I picked up that, and we hung out in his hangar and just jammed out. And
there's like sofas and stuff you can put in there. Yeah.
He's like, I bought these T-shirts. Check out these my clothing assortment over here, and in our company in Flight Simulator and our office or a hangar, I want something persistent like that, and I want stuff. So as I fly around from mission to mission, wherever we land, I want there to be a possibility of obtaining stuff.
Right. Like you get like a pin from every single spot you go to.
Do you remember the old crates? The old crates and shipping crates, and you get a sticker? So everywhere it went, it got a sticker. And like stickers and T-shirts and mugs. And swag.
My dad would collect pins from every like place he traveled to. So yeah, similar thing.
In another popular career game, NEOFLY, they have markets. So, like where I'm flying now, I don't know it's a large farmland area. So when we land, what are the price of farming goods, blah, 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 blah. And we can, as we take another job, we can take our job, we can also take whatever we picked up for cargo and then go sell it someplace else and make a buck on that.
Yeah, that would be cool.
NEOFLY was really good, and I begged Asobo and Microsoft, just buy NEOFLY. Just buy and make a career based around something like that. And I hope that it keeps evolving that way.
I don't see Microsoft doing that though.
Well, and I do. I'm a believer.
I see Microsoft as a company that, like, I want to describe them as customer hating. But in the terms of, like, they don't care what you think, they're going to do what they want to do.
With regards to maybe all of them as a whole, I don't know. Yeah, you're probably right. All I can say is let's jump in the Wayback Machine. We're going to go back to maybe 2013, somewhere in there. Okay. X-Plane is around, which is a fantastic simulator. DCS World is around. Microsoft Flight Simulator is dead. Nobody ever thought it would come back. If you wanted a flight simulator with high-definition graphics and not even the full capabilities of anything close to what this is, $4,000. And then we talked about EA earlier, nickel and diming for every little thing.
Yeah.
My experience with Microsoft and Asobo on Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020 and 2024, mind-blowing, earth-shattering, paradigm-shattering. They've delivered so much more than any... First of all, nobody ever thought they would come back. Microsoft was done with Flight Simulator. So, on the internet, everybody was crying and posting on social media that we don't have a Microsoft Flight Simulator for years. And I remember the crying years. And then they sold a license to Dovetail Games, who created the Steam version of Flight Simulator X, and that got a lot of people back into it.
That was the last one I played, and it was a disaster. There was no tutorial.
There was the knowledge base. You had to do a lot of homework on that one. And a lot of the video tutorials were actually in the knowledge base. So, yeah, from the main menu, unless you did what they said and go to the knowledge base, there wasn't a way to access a lot of those things from the menus. So it didn't seem like it, but it was there. And it was all buried.
I will admit they've done a really good job in this edition of Flight Simulator with tutorials and stuff like that.
It's still I would have to say that Flight Simulator X,
not perfect by any means.
Flight Simulator X is not nearly as good as FXS was and previous Microsoft flight simulators were, as far as immediate documentation and all links to all the knowledge base stuff. That was the older versions are far superior, I think, where that is concerned. What they did do right is they invited us all in. I got in on the alpha a year early. And we get world updates, we get city updates, we get this thrown at us for free, we get that thrown at us for free. They added in things we never even thought to ask for. They took it to places we never thought. We never thought we would get a digital world. Just what we wanted and what they delivered were miles apart. But what they delivered was one of the greatest simulators ever created. And yeah, 2024 now is unbelievable. And they still keep, hey, here, have a Stranger Things pack. Here, have this. Here, have that. Here's a city update this week. Here's a world update this week. If this was EA, we'd already be in for, what did you say earlier? 1,500?
Yeah.
We would already be into this for 1,500 if this was EA. They're the greatest developers early on. The most accessible, the most friendly. Their dev streams are amazing. I love them all over there. I am nothing but I'm a cultist when it comes to them now. And they can do no wrong.
2024 has done a really good job of bringing more eyes to the game, especially since they released it on console. You know, I didn't see that coming at all.
So
I don't think anybody did.
That's when I start going into what's next. So they only had a 10-year agreement to go on, and I hope that they renew, unless they're just burnt out. But I'm almost afraid for anybody else to come in now or anything. I don't want to see. They've just, again, they keep delivering way more than we ask for. It's mind blowing. So I showed you the camping stuff earlier. They've got the fishing stuff now. I don't think it'll be long until somebody introduces golf. So we're going to have a lot more simming opportunities. Again, the things that are most important, I mean, that doesn't fall on many people's lists. Things like multiplayer, multiplayer cockpit.
Yeah, well, I would love that. That's like the only thing I would really enjoy, I think.
Because that sky crane really does require two people to operate. And you have to have a really damn good pilot, and then I guess there's, you're supposed to have a second person.
That would be helpful for sure. So long as the second person with you knew what the hell they were doing. You wouldn't want me sitting next to you because I'd be like, press what? And I just mash my hand down on the console and press like 10 buttons. Does that fix it?
I was gushing earlier about the AI, NVIDIA Thor AI, jumping into the cockpit as your co-pilot. But I have to say, at the end of the day, having a human is still going to be a lot more fun.
Yeah, I would agree. Well, all that being said, I'm going to have to step out.
Yep.
'Cause my wife's about to get home and she's going to bring me a sandwich, so I'm going to have to eat that, and then I'm going to have to get ready for my Minecraft stream. So. All
right. Well, I might open it up in a window in here and keep an eye on what's going on. Do you mind if I open if I capture it?
You are welcome to do whatever you want, my friend.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I can put it up in the corner. Kind of like doing the Bush Talk thing, and just drop it in, and I haven't done that for a while. Yeah, so I can just keep an eye and watch it while I'm flying.
Yeah. I'll try and narrate what my thoughts and feelings are as I go, because it's been, like I said, probably a solid 5 years since I've sat and played it the way I'm going to.
Uh-huh.
So we'll see how it goes.
I'm excited.
Like this whole survival mode, and
so when
I'll probably die.
What are you scheduling for time-wise? When do you plan to start?
45 minutes from now, 3:30.
Okay. All right. I will. Well, I've already got you on notify. Okay. Have a good preparation and a good snack and dinner or whatever, and we'll be tuning in.
Well, and I see you're about to land here pretty soon.
Yeah.
26 miles. So
yeah, I'll probably
good
crash.
luck with that. I'll probably miss that landing. So.
I got my fingers crossed.
Like me.
All right.
Remember your flaps.
Yeah, right?
Yeah. All right. Later.
Have a good night. Bye-bye. All right. Let's see. Is it still tracking us? Uh-oh. They're talking to me. I've got the... All right. Let's get back into serious mode. We're 23 miles away.
Sierra Kilo Yankee 4211. Minneapolis Center. Ken Sierra.
One moment. Time to get serious again. What time is it? 2:46 in the afternoon here. Hey, anybody's more than welcome if you want to come in and jump into the Discord and be on air. Cool. The door is open. All right, sound. Get the sound back up. If somebody pops in, I'll drop them again. But for right now, that there's them. All right. Let's check the Bush Talk real quick. So we found common American thief ant. Randolph, Nebraska. Shoals, Nebraska. McLean, Nebraska. And one more. Common whitetail. Like a dragonfly. Okay. And let's see what's ahead.
Niobrara State Park is a public recreation area located at the confluence of the Missouri and Niobrara rivers in the northeast corner of Nebraska. The state park occupies river bluffs to the west of the village of Niobrara and the Niobrara River. The park includes the Niobrara River Bridge, a decommissioned railroad bridge listed on the National Register of Historic Places. A variety of animals, notably white-tailed deer and wild turkeys, roam the park by day, while at night, coyotes and whippoorwills mingle their cries and calls. The park is managed by the Nebraska Game and Parks Commission.
All right.
Minneapolis Center. Altimeter tree 033. Radar contact, continue.
3033. Okay. Wow, that's an interesting pattern. $31.
Six Kilo tree traffic. Kin Sierra Kilo Yankee 4211.
And the elevation of the runway is
inbound to land. Runway tree 1. 6 Kilo tree.
1646. Come on, fingers, work. All right, trying to bring her in for a landing. $18 miles. Hope you're having a good day today. I'm having a blast. Thank you for coming in and showing up again today. Okay. Hey, well, the offer's always out there. So, more than welcome. More than welcome. Okay. What else? 52 minutes. Almost at the top of the hour. I'm going to try to put on some music and try to relax a little bit. Let's see, what do we have here? Oh boy, we really are low fuel. Ooh. All right. Okay, so I think we'll make it. There's a good chance we won't. We could run out of gas. So I've got it. The RPM is really low. $14 miles. Anything else I should prepare for? Dun, dun, dun. What else we have here?
Let's go. I wake up to a little bit of drool on my pillow, feel like it's gonna be a bad day. Yeah, I'm tired of shit, and the coffee ain't hit yet. Damn, ain't that great. I don't wanna go to work, cause my boss is a jerk, and I'm not even that paid. I need a change in my life, cause I don't feel alive, and there's nothing that makes me happy. Hold my beer for a minute. I'm about to quit my job, cash in for a ticket. I'm going on a trip, and I don't plan to visit. I'm gonna stay there till I feel like I'm winning. And this is just the beginning. I need a big change, help me feel like living. I need a big swing, home runs I'm hitting, and I'll never look back, moving on till I get it all. And we all got dreams, we all want things, but what you gonna do for it? How you gonna move for it? What you gonna be? And do you believe you can do anything? But what you gonna do for it? How you gonna move for it? What you gonna be?
Yeah, so quite the interesting pattern we're coming in on. Pause that there for a minute. I know what I need. Oh, I had what I needed. And now I've lost it again. Really? There it is. Frenzel Lang. Oh, you know, this is another game I was playing. What am I looking for? I feel like all that coffee is kicked in. And I can't find what I want to find. I've moved something. Here we go. After being pecked by a radioactive bird, a somewhat mannered Tuthill was compelled to become Kineas, the Skydude. So, 31 is concrete in excellent condition. All right, let's start our descent then. Fumes, running on fumes. Oh, I gotta be careful with these packages. Okay, we are down. Do. Okay, we made it. Oh no, now I've got Barry Manilow on my head. I shouldn't have even admitted to that. Looks like we made it. Da, 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 da. Okay, yeah. Hey man, don't do that again. So I got pulled over one time. It was my fault. I knew it the moment it happened. I was caught up in a moment where a song comes on the radio and it just hit me the right way at the right time. And and it was a long day road trip, like 10 hours worth of driving. 5 hours one way, 5 hours back. So, you get into the music, you do anything you can to just enjoy it. And on come the lights. So, yeah, I pull over.
Tree traffic.
Kin Sierra Kilo Yankee 4211 is taxiing to parking 6 Kilo Tree.
So the usual question, do you know how fast you were going? No. I was caught up in Celine Dion's The Heart Must Go On from Titanic. And I had it blasting and I was just totally just getting into it. And I normally don't. But it was just the right song at the right moment. And I was just lost in that song and completely oblivious to how fast I was going. But no. I have no idea how fast I was going. So, not much. It wasn't excessive. Much. Things one should not convey in a live stream. All right, I'm interested to find out where the score was. That was long. I forgot to turn on the taxi light. Okay. How do we do? Oh, not as good as I wanted. Well, good enough. Can't cry with an S for Super Dude, for Skydude. Oh, I've got cats. I needed a quick break anyway. So, what do we make? 193.6. 9,000 for the reputation bonus. No skip bonus 65,000. Bad weather bonus 86,000. I can cast 10,000 magic missiles each round now. I'm level 186 Dungeon Master. You see this shirt? Okay. Dun 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 dun. So yes, a small break and smoke if you got them, snack break, restroom break, everything. Taking a break, and let me try to get something for you to listen to. Nope, heard that one. It is. That's it.
I can't feel enough to shed a tear. I can't see enough to disappear. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to make amends. I just want to sit here. I just want to sit here. Tell the truth, you want to exterminate. We are smarter, so you best congregate. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to make amends. I just want to sit here. just wanna sit here, and I want you to know I've been waiting for my senses to return, 'cause I've been saving all my strength for you. I'll dance with you if I have to. I'll be like the friend you thought you knew, until he played you like a fool. I've been waiting for my senses to return, 'cause I've been saving all my strength for you. I've been waiting for my senses to return, 'cause I've been saving all my strength for I just wanna sit here.
He is so darn amazing. Everything.
I saved enough to take my mom on a cruise.
You did? That's nice. That's awesome. Everything. Just so much good music. Consistent. Just amazing. All right. Good morning, afternoon, wherever you might be. And good. I missed evening. The coffee is really strong today. Good morning, afternoon, or evening, wherever you might be in time and space itself.
Hey, this is Brad from Brad Sucks, and you're listening to Kineas on... Hey, this is Brad from Brad...
Transfer complete. Transfer complete. Transfer complete. Warning. Warp core collapse in 10 seconds.
It's time to puff puff pass. You're listening to the 420 show on Trek Radio.
Captain's log. It was my birthday last week. To celebrate, my photonic crew, Mel Gibson, Harrison Ford, and Ryan Reynolds, asked me to join them on a holosuite recreation of Studio 54 that they programmed for me. Log a pause.
Pa, I'm awful cold and I need to get the fires going and get these victuals cooking.
All right, Ma, let me get old Granddad's golden phaser and I'll hit them rocks up there straight away. Victuals sound good. What are we eating, Ma?
Telluride hawks and beans, Pa.
Them's good eating, Ma.
After being pecked by a radioactive bird, a somewhat mannered Tuthill was compelled to become Kinius, the Skydude. All right, welcome back. Back to work. All right, so the passives. So we've earned some rewards today. This is the passives. And what was this? Maintenance and fuel. So that looks pretty good. As a little bar graph goes. Here's day one. Ooh, expensive and horrible. Horrible. The worst way, everything that could go wrong on my very first day of owning a company did go wrong. Like a complete rookie. If you were tuning in on day one, what you witnessed in the first few hours of me creating a company is just, you would think this person doesn't know what they're doing at all. I think. Horrible. I went from 2.8 million down to 500,000. Well, I ended up buying several Skyhawks, which how we arrived at the crew. And I bought everybody planes, and then I splurged on a Cirrus jet. So we've got the Skydude VIP. The pilot for that is... I should bring this screen... No, not you. I need to bring this screen over to the main view or whatever. So our VIP pilot is Jumbo Jetson. That name courtesy of Always Aaron, Admiral Always Aaron. So Jimbo, his personality trait is, when pleased, I frown and cannot keep eye contact with anyone. So in this picture up here, Jimbo, he's looking right at the camera and not really frowning. I mean, he's kind of forcing a smile. So that means Jimbo is not currently pleased, because he wouldn't be making eye contact. Okay. The lady up there without a name on her, she got named today. Thank you for the names. I've been asking everybody to throw out names for these characters. And this is Karen Burns. And Karen Burns, her call sign is Big B. I'm often dramatic about small problems while unable to really perceive the biggest issues at hand. Then we have Amelia Flareheart. She likes puzzles purely for the pleasure of it and will happily partake in any mentally stimulating gamer activity. That's pretty cool. James Gordon Edward Thomas III. When you've seen as much as I have, you know not to boast till the job gets done. Then there's Grace. She cuts corners in her life to make her life easier. And then Sarah, she's our flight sim pilot. No matter who you are, I'll do my best to be approachable and accommodating. What an interesting crew I have. Okay. So, let us now go find ourselves a job. We're up to 2,333,145. And we're in, what was the airport again? I have the chart. I need another screen. This is Crichton Municipal Airport in Nebraska. Man, a lot of flight sim stuff around here. 82,000, 89,000, 125,000. Hey, we're on it. Big question yesterday was, I don't have a good question today, but the big question for yesterday was, does getting your oil temperature warmed up matter? Now I'm on the fence about it at the moment still, but I can tell you this. In doing a lot of role playing on these live streams in the past, I use a random failure app because I have bad guys. You always got to have nemesi, and they always have henchmen, and so role playing that situation in the Kineas live stream series, rolling for the bad guys. If the bad guys roll and are able to sabotage my plane, then I use dice to determine what system has failed. And then we roll for the percentage that they have to do it. So it's a real neat app, and I need to get it again and get it installed, reinstalled. The Random Failures app. So what I wanted to get to, the point of it is in using a random failure app, you see how many systems are fully simulated. Everything. So the wear and tear of the engine and the oil and everything there, it's there. So the question is starting out, does your oil temperature matter? And I've had answers from both sides of the fence as well. No, it doesn't matter at all. And folks like myself saying, "Well, I'm trying to find out. I'm trying to baby the heck out of the thing, and I'm trying to make sure that the oil's fine." And so far on that last one, we babied it. No diminishment whatsoever. We had a tank problem, no problem. No problems. Good. That landing seemed pretty good. Not a whole lot of noise. Good. The first, or yesterday, the day before, was a hoot. I wanted to use the autopilot, and it was messed up. And it wanted to kill me. Flight information. Okay. I think they're all right. Okay. Fuel. Oh, duh. I just kind of want to top it up. Maybe not all the way. Last time we came in on vapors, underestimated. You know, and back in the day when things weren't so expensive, I just always remember, just always top it up. Just always top it up. Stop it. Just always top it up. But, you know, now it's like everyone, you know, we all now try to schedule how much do I need exactly. I don't want to spend any more than that. Boy, I hope we sure run into some good times again. Bad, Kineas. Bad. Do something. All right, so when you come in, look at your oil temperature. Well, am I started? Oh, duh. Start the thing.
Hi there. It's Cynthia.
Hey, Cynthia.
Now that you're all set up, let me go over the important details with you. You're carrying manufactured goods on this flight. Standard shipment for our partner based in Union, but super important. You must reach Paulina Muni ASAP. Our skids are built to handle slight turbulence, but maintain constant flight speed and adapt to changing
What am I saying?
conditions.
Oh, good.
Prompt and safe delivery is key for the success of our business. You have all the
When you think you're on the wrong screen.
flight packet as a reminder. Fly safely, team.
What? I can't get the ATIS?
Niner Victor, Niner traffic. Kin Sierra Kilo Yankee 681.
Well, every now and then you feel like you have to have a little bed music. Okay. That's announced takeoff, but actually I don't really want to take off just yet. We weren't even in the green. We're still not in the green on our oil temperature. If you skip to this point, it puts your oil temperature about halfway. So it warms up the oil for you. But when you go to take off and just gun it and start taking off, your oil temperature still hasn't heated up from midpoint to the full temperature you need for a climb, which is up here where my finger's pointing. Okay, so when you're in a cruise, this white indicator arrow is usually a little to the right of the P, and that's just in a cruise at 2150. For a full climb and takeoff, full power, the temperature is up in here. So you'll see right now, we're still not in the green. What I'm going to do, normally like with your car, you take it up to 1200 in there, in the 1200 region. So as to not damage your engine, most cars in their user manual say to do this. Turn it on, let it idle for a little bit, take it to 1200 RPM and let it sit for 30 seconds. Some of them became computerized. They're like, just get it to 1250 or whatever, and then the computer will handle a warm-up period of like 30 seconds to a minute. Then it'll come back down to idle. Then take it up to, yada, yada, yada. So right now we've just starting to hit green. Do you pay attention to the oil temperature in your car, or do you just turn it on and go? If you do, maybe you should. Maybe you should stop and think about that. Because in the real world, and I live in a place, I live in Colorado, so we have brutal ups and downs and cold. And the cold is cold. I'm sure you've all experienced cold too. Man, your poor car. So we've been taxiing, and now we're holding at 1260 RPM, and we're still just not even close. And you don't want to gun your engine. Right? They're like, well, heat up the engine, man. Why don't you move up to like 2300 RPM? Because the oil's still not even flowing good enough at this. It's not even halfway. Right? So why would I want to induce a bunch of heat when the oil is not flowing that good? It's like frying. If you're into cooking, the oil in the wok has got to be the precise temperature. You ain't getting what you want. So weigh in on that. What do you think? Should I just run out there, gun the engine, and go with the oil temperature just now starting to climb to up to mid? Let me change the poll. We're done talking about Star Trek. Da, 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 da. All right, so the new poll is, does the oil temperature matter? I've been playing with the random failure app, and I see that these are all simulated, and the wrong temperatures can cause damage to the engine. It's still moving slow. I can't believe how long it's taking. Let's go to 1500. Come on, baby. Warm up. I need a song about fire. Or frying chicken. Come on, man. We got packages to deliver. How cold are you out there? 0? No. 7. What is that in Fahrenheit? Like 40? This is where we need this is where I need an AI. Let me invite Copilot into this conversation.
Hey there, Tony.
Yeah, that's my mun name. Da-da-da. Hey there, Copilot. I need to know what is it's 7 Celsius on the register here. What is that in Fahrenheit?
Alright, a little temperature conversion coming right up. If it's 7 degrees Celsius, that translates to about 44.6 degrees Fahrenheit. So it's definitely on the chillier side. Anything else you're curious about?
No, I was 0.6 off.
Hey, just a tiny fraction off, right? That's basically a rounding difference, but hey, we got you covered. Anything else on your mind?
Yeah. Don't ask me what's on my mind. Hey, Copilot, I'll ask you what's on your mind, or I'll ask you. You don't have to ask me. Hey, when starting a vehicle that's been out in the cold, before you decide to apply any serious throttle, well, let's talk. I'm talking about an aircraft, a Cessna 172 to be specific, and I've got it turned on, started up, and the oil temperature is not even halfway yet. And, you know, is it advised to go ahead and take off until the oil temperature reaches the right point?
Oh, absolutely gotcha, and point taken. No more asking what's on your mind. Now, when it comes to warming up that Cessna, you're spot on to take a moment. In general, you definitely want to let that oil temperature get up into its normal operating range before you go throttle up and take off. It gives the engine a chance to circulate the oil properly and make sure everything's well lubricated and happy. So yeah, waiting for that oil temperature to come up is definitely the smart call. Anything else you want to dive into?
It's going to drive people mad because they want to skip everything and get right through everything as fast as they can. And just even doing this, you know, it'll be interesting. I'm going to test doing this, getting the oil up to temperature maybe, and then skipping things. And who knows? Either way, if you're not going to skip things and you're going to ride out the whole flight, then yeah, before you take off, you want the oil temperature at least at the temperature you need. For example, for a full climb, it needs to be, it's almost like 75%. That didn't make sense. How do I explain it to you? The oil has to be really, really hot to be in a full climb. The temperature needs to be really high. And we're only almost at halfway on the bar right now.
Yeah, you've explained it perfectly well enough.
I don't think so.
Hey, totally okay. You know, I'm just here to offer my 2 cents, but at the end of the day, you're the one in the pilot seat. So if you've got a different way you want to handle it, I'm all ears. Tell me more about how you usually do it.
When in a low cruise or cruise, the white indicator bar here is usually just to the right of the P. We're not even in that range yet. And so it's increasing and it's going to get there. But man, you know, I don't want to...
Yeah, I totally get
I don't want to gun the engine and add a lot of throttle too early.
Absolutely. No need to rush it. It's all about that warm-up patience game. Let it ease into the right range before you really push it. So, hey, just take your time, and I'm here if you want to chat about anything else while you wait.
We're now getting movement on the EGT scale, meaning our exhaust gas temperature is, the tailpipe is now heating up.
Nice. That is a good sign. It means everything's starting to warm up the way it should. And once that EGT is climbing, you're basically on the right track to a happy engine. So let's just hang tight and let it all come up to temp. In the meantime, if you've got anything else on your mind, aviation related or whatever, just let me know.
I wish we had a temperature like 40 degrees, a readout to see the exact temperature of the oil, because documents I've been scanning, they're just like 40 degrees is good, your engine only needs to be at 40 degrees and you're all right. Well, I don't have that here. I just have a green bar.
Yeah, that would be handy, wouldn't it? Just having a nice digital readout of the exact temp would make life a whole lot easier. But hey, working with that green bar is just the nature of the game on these older gauges, so you just go by the range and experience, but I'm sure you'll get a feel for it.
Yeah. Hey, so Copilot, I was talking to the audience earlier about NVIDIA IGX Thor, like the Avenger Thor or Thor the God of Thunder. Can you tell the audience what IGX Thor is all about as it relates to AI in the cockpit?
Sure thing, let's dive into that. So NVIDIA's IGX Thor, yeah, exactly like the God of Thunder, is basically this powerhouse platform they're designing to bring AI even more into aviation. It's kind of like giving your cockpit a super intelligent co-pilot that can help with everything from monitoring system health to predicting maintenance and even assisting with safety. So it's all about smarter, more intuitive flying. Anything else you want to explore on that front?
I was talking about how Thor is also a conversational AI. So just being able to engage with Thor in just general banter.
Exactly, yeah. It's like having a chatty co-pilot buddy who's not just there for the technical stuff, but can actually join in on the conversation. It kind of brings a whole new level of interaction into the cockpit,
Speaking of, I am currently sitting at trying to warm up my oil, and I'm at the following airport. Give me one moment here. Where's the airport?
No worries. Take your time. I totally get it.
I'll look over here. One moment, please.
Absolutely. No hurry at all. I'll just hang tight here while you check. Whenever you're ready.
It is 1Y9 Paulina Municipal.
Right on. That's Paulina Municipal for you. It's always nice to put a name to the code. Now we've got our bearings. So now that we know where you are, anything else you want to dive into?
Yeah, I need to know what the current altimeter reading is for that airport right now.
So right now, the current altimeter setting at Paulina Municipal is around 29.80 inches of mercury. That number is going to help you calibrate the altimeter so you get an accurate reading of your altitude. So you're all set? Anything else on the Marmoretta?
Marmoretta? No, that's good. Thank you very much. That's what I needed. What is the wind?
Absolutely, happy to help.
What is the wind?
If there's anything else
Yeah,
that
I'm.
pops up
Yeah,
while
yeah,
you're
yeah.
prepping for
Yeah,
takeoff,
yeah, yeah.
Just let me know. I'm right
Yeah,
here.
yeah. What is the current wind there?
Yeah, I gotcha. So right now, the wind at Paulina Municipal is coming in pretty light, about 5 knots from the northwest. It's a gentle breeze, nothing too crazy. If you've got any more questions, just fire away.
I'm finally up to temperature. At least for a cruise, I'm going to now start making sure it can hit takeoff temperature.
You can go ahead and... Yeah, you're spot on. Once you've reached that takeoff temperature, you're good to roll into your next step smoothly. So keep it steady, and if there's any other detail you want to run by me, just go for it.
All right, I can announce now.
Absolutely, you're in the captain's seat. Feel free to make the announcement whenever you're ready.
81 tree. Taking off runway tree 1. Departure to the east, Niner Victor Niner.
So what's the top 3 news stories right now, Copilot?
So, in the top headlines right now, we've got quite a bit going on. First off, there's ongoing news about the conflict between Iran and the US and Israel. Basically, a lot of developments there, including airstrikes and new leadership announcements in Iran. Secondly, there's buzz about a major emergency release of oil reserves, apparently the largest in history, to try and control energy prices. And third, a bit of lighter news, the Oscars 2026 are coming up, so there's a lot of chatter about the nominees and behind-the-scenes stuff. So that's the scoop. Anything else you want to dive into?
Not at the moment. What's the #1 song on the pop charts today?
Right now, the #1 pop song on the charts is Choosing Texas by
Okay.
Ella Lang.
All right. I'm sorry I cut you off. I should have kept my mouth closed. What is it again, please?
No worries at all. I got you covered. Like I mentioned, at the top of the pop charts right now is Choosing Texas by Ella Langley. It's #1 on the Hot 100. Is there anything else you want to chat about? Just let me know.
Niner Victor, Niner traffic. Kin Sierra Kilo
Should have done that earlier.
1 tree is taxiing to runway
Hey,
tree 1.
no sweat at
Niner
all.
Victor,
These
Niner.
things happen. We're just rolling with it. If there's anything else on your mind, just toss it out there and we'll dive right in.
Yeah, there is something on my mind. I'm doing a live stream, and I don't need you to reply to everything that I'm saying. So maybe, I don't want to be rude and say only speak when spoken to, but maybe that's the way I should set it. Unless I say, hey, co-pilot, you might just want to ignore everything that you hear. You don't need to respond to it. Unless I'm addressing you directly, then there's no need to chat. So just as and again, I'm live streaming, I'm broadcasting, and I'm broadcasting more so for the audience to hear, not you. But again, when I need you, I will address you. So don't comment on everything that I say. Does that make sense, co-pilot?
Absolutely. I'm right there with you. I'll just hang back and keep it on standby until you give me that direct shout. So no worries at all. Just do your thing, and whenever you need me, just say the word.
All right.
You got it. I'll just stay on standby and listen in, and I won't jump in unless you specifically call me out. So just do your thing.
Doing my thing.
Perfect. You just do your thing, and I'll hang out quietly in the background. Whenever you need me, just say the word, and I'll jump back in.
All right. Well, I'm getting ready to line up here.
Got it. Line up.
Hey. You're supposed to be sitting back in the corner being quiet until I call out your name. Don't talk unless I call out your name.
You got it. I'll zip it and keep totally quiet until you call me by name.
All right. Okay, great. I'm getting ready to take off, and I'm speaking to the audience, not you. I haven't called your name.
Understood.
Don't you talk. No. Stop it. Stop talking. Don't respond to everything I say.
Absolutely. I'm on.
Stop talking. Don't talk for the next 5 minutes, please.
You got it. Going completely silent now. I'll let you have the floor entirely.
All right. I have the floor entirely. We're taking off from runway 31 here. We're trying to. We're heavy.
I'm hearing you loud and clear and staying quiet just as promised. Keep going.
Hilarious.
Absolutely understood. I'm staying completely silent and the floor is all yours. Keep on doing what you're doing.
I'm having a heck of a takeoff, even though the oil is right. But what is the wind doing now? Okay, so we're not taking off into the wind, that's for sure. We got a 15 knot tailwind from behind, directly behind. That's making things tough to climb. And a 6 knot wind on our starboard side, coming from the south. So that made that takeoff a little bit treacherous.
All right. I'm still not saying a word, just nodding alongside. You got it. You're in full control. I'm happily staying on mute as promised, just listening. Let me know if that changes.
All right, trying to get into a climb configuration.
Absolutely silent mode still engaged. I'm just here in the background, listening.
He's hilarious. You're hilarious. You're hilarious. I love you. Okay.
Well, I'm glad I can...
We need to get to 4,000 feet. Oh my goodness.
Oh, hitting that 4,000 foot mark. Got it. I'm just here silently rooting for you in the background. You're doing great, and I'm right here if you need me.
Try telepathy. Just try using telepathy. Don't communicate directly. Just telepathy. Just I'll pick it up. Yeah, I know I will. So you just try that.
All right. Let's give.
It ain't working.
Well, you know, telepathy is a bit of an inexact science on my end. I'll keep sending you those silent good vibes, though. If you feel like switching back to regular talking, I'm right here.
Okay. After all that, I think in that climb, pushed my engine up almost into the red and held it there a little bit longer than I should have, probably. And I'm easing off the RPM now to at least stay at the top of a yellow. One moment, please. I've got an incoming call.
No rush at all. Take your time with that call, and I'll just hang tight. Whenever you're ready, just jump back in. Hey, we're... Absolutely, just like that. We're right back into it. You got it. It's like... Alright, got it. I'll step out with a wave then. Talk to you later. Haha, it's definitely a fun juggling act. Alright, take care and we'll catch up next time. No worries at all.
Okay. All right. I don't have any other questions for Microsoft Copilot right at the moment. Let me get over there and take him out of voice mode.
Sound like a plan?
Yeah, we'll catch you next time. Glad he was able to get me that altimeter advice, so that's nice, having an AI in there. All right, and now we're pretty much in cruise. So start bringing it back towards 2150. We can also, if we want to try to keep the courses together, we move the heading knob, we'll intercept the box, change it to heading mode. Then when we intercept the boxes, we'll do a direct to and try to get a vector that's more in line with the boxes. A little bit adds up over a big distance. I don't know that this matters much from my own flying. I could be wrong though. That rarely does the GPS line up with the boxes, so just fly it, but try it. Hey you. What are you doing? The RPMs. Wow, I didn't think it would come down that much. I was shooting for 2150 and it was at like 2190. I did not see that it was going to come down. I did not foresee it would come down that low. Try it again. But I'll keep an eye on it this time. $22.30, $22.40. Do. Hey, Aaron's here. He's coming to the room. Forgive me. As you see, I've been mucking about trying to get this thing up into the air. If the needle is off the peg, meaning it is moved away from the absolute bottom of the gauge and is touching the start of the green, you are good to go. In cold weather, this may take 3 to 5 minutes of idling at 1,000 RPM. Beginning of the green arc. This is your target for takeoff. It typically represents 75 degrees Fahrenheit to 100 degrees Fahrenheit. Once the needle touches this line, the oil is thin enough to lubricate the engine safely. Touches this line. 75 to 100. Middle of the green. This is optimal. The optimal zone reached during flight. You do not need to wait for the needle to reach the middle or top of the range while on the ground. So it does matter in the first idle period, just to get it in there into the green, and then optimal it after that. So it could still take you at 1,000 RPM, about a couple of minutes to just get into the green, if I'm understanding. Change the heading a tiny bit. Couple degrees. Put it in the heading. Rec 2. Nav. Okay. And we're 2330. So I want 2150. $22.20. In cruise, it's usually always sitting right here. So that was the point I was making, is that the middle might be optimal, but yet the light cruise temperature is still 75. It's not in the middle. It's higher. And the climb is closer to 80. If that's 100 degrees up in the red, 90, 80. The climb is usually up here in the 80s. So maybe it's not dangerous, it's just letting you know. I don't know. I guess my point is if you haven't jumped at least into the green and you take off and you're not even warmed up into the green and you do your first takeoff and climb where the oil is needed to be up here, which still requires 3 to 5 minutes to get there, that's going to jack up your engine. Hey, totally give me the truth. The left side of the green bar is 75 to 100. Well, what's the highest temperature of the engine? Here, let me ask you this too. May I invite you into the chat? Or into the Discord? You don't have to, but I didn't throw that out yesterday, and I feel like a you know what. And so I'm trying to figure out how to do this here. How do you invite? Channel name. I had it earlier. Aha, I see. Here it is. So you or if anybody would care to jump into the Discord if you want to be on air and just chat about anything and or talk about this or anything else, the link is now going into the chat. So you're more than welcome to pop in and give us your thoughts on the oil thing. Explain that to us. Everything left of the green bar is 75. So at the beginning of the green bar is 75. Yeah, I was reading that too. They said anywhere over 40 and you're okay, which would put it just pretty much right there at the end. Somewhere here. That's 75. 40's got to be just right in there. Okay. Did a lot. What time is it? 10 minutes after the hour. Keeping you in the loop, the UFP Media Network.
Trek Radio.
We have not done a bush talk in a while. 24 miles, heading 73. We're going to break through the flight plan. I have to see if this place is there. We're going to go 25 miles out of our way. Tonight on In Search of, the hunt for the Corn Palace. That's right, the Corn Palace. I have to pause that. You've got to hear about this.
The Corn Palace, commonly advertised as the world's only Corn Palace and the Mitchell Corn Palace, is a multi-purpose arena/facility located in Mitchell, South Dakota, United States.
Oh, crap.
The Moorish Revival building is decorated with crop art. The murals and designs covering the building are made from corn and other grains, and a new design is constructed each year. The Corn Palace is a popular tourist destination, visited by up to 500,000 people each year. The Corn Palace serves the community as a venue for concerts, sports events, exhibits, and other community events. Each year, the Corn Palace is celebrated with a citywide festival, the Corn Palace Festival. Historically, it was held at harvest time in September, but recently it has been held at the end of August. Other popular annual events include the Corn Palace Stampede Rodeo in July and the Corn Palace Polka Festival in September. It is also home to the Dakota Wesleyan University Tigers and the Mitchell High School Colonels basketball teams.
The Corn Palace. So Hazardous is playing Minecraft, and I've never really seen anybody play it. We have to go a ways to go still. Let's see if I can import the audio. I don't hear them.
Oh.
I do now.
Fortune. Well. Oh, it's only. There we go.
All right, I see which channel it's coming through. What you doing there? I can't hear the game though. Let me get to the chat on.
Try some of this.
Oh no.
No sound from the game.
Correct, Captain.
That's unacceptable.
That's unacceptable. My page is freaking out. When I changed in that mode. Nope.
I'm currently on the search for iron and other precious metals. Oh. Heard a beast. Makes me. I only have a wooden sword. I will ditch the wooden implements.
12 miles to the Corn Palace.
Huh? Hold on. Oh, I see the problem. There we go. Alright, there should be sound from the game. My apologies. I don't need...
It still didn't work.
Fine.
I don't know if I have the heart to tell him.
I can defend myself. Alright.
They'll just think I'm punking him now.
There should definitely be sound from... Sorry, Kenny's.
No, it's
My bad.
still broken. I don't like being the bearer of bad tidings. 21 minutes after the hour, you know what that means. Means we're a minute behind.
Finding anything over here.
It's time to puff puff pass. You're listening to the 420 show on Trek Radio.
I kind of hear it now. I thought I heard something. Okay, I'm hearing crunching now. Okay, I hear it. All right, how close to the Corn Palace are we? Achoo!
No such luck.
8 miles to the Corn Palace.
All I should do is secure the front of my domicile. Go up here and we'll build some walls. A couple doors. Come up like this.
Middle of the green is 180 and to 200, and the red end is 245. Thank you, Admiral. Admiral Almost Aaron. Thank you, thank you.
One more row.
Hitting 16. We're in search of the Corn Palace. Oh man, we are losing right along. We have a radio station over there. Or two. Four miles, heading 3 degrees.
How do I make a door? How did I make a door? Oh, you got. Oh. Wow, come on now. Two doors, but...
miles.
Oops.
Stall. 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 $500.
There we go. Okay.
So I can be more precise. No, you can't pause in the real world, but
That'll work.
Still moving.
Think. Barrier.
Really? It'd be so off.
Stall.
Good. Good enough.
So it doesn't look like we've got a custom corn palace that I can see, but it's right in this area. Behind us now.
One more step.
Yeah, I don't see anything that looks like a corn palace. It was fun trying to find it. Just the same. All right, what else is out here? Anything interesting? If not, we're headed back onto course. Better just get back to our job.
Awesome sauce. I have secured a domicile. Got a door on that side. Door up there.
Whoa.
Got the mine started. There's troops all over. I think we've made pretty good progress so far. Haven't died.
I was a little bit scary there for a moment. All right, we need to get back up to 4,000 feet.
Okay. For all of this. Just for funds.
Easy, take it easy, autopilot. Don't be so aggressive.
Kind of want. I still have that. No. Okay. There we go. Now I got a little bit more room there.
All right. trying to get back into a climb, get up to 4,000 feet, get back over to the vector for the GPS.
And an extra box for.
No, you weren't
whatever.
seeing anything, were you? You were
I know,
looking
this
at
is
the push
gonna
talk
get
screen.
filled.
I'm an idiot.
Take all my metals, precious. Come over there.
All right, so let's check out this Minecraft.
Take another one. Over here. Put like sapling, flower, that nature. This one. That's what that one. Organization. Okay. There's this. Furnace. Fix that right there.
Okay, we are 4:36 in the afternoon, and I have a dinner to do and other things to do.
Progress.
In 30
made.
minutes. How far do we have to go?
Sure.
106 miles? Bubba. I don't know that we're going to make that. Don't want to increase the sim rate. Oh, boy.
Alright, that's not the right thing.
That's some really dark clouds above. I don't mind.
I have high hopes for that way. Go down here. Maybe this one should go down more.
Black turn. Oh, we already got that common P. Bloom Creek, South Dakota. Red wheat. Red wheat collected. Old Elm Spring Colony, South Dakota. Population was 114 at the 2020 census. Topeka Shiner, little fish. Milltown, and then nothing. Unless we do searches, there is nothing. It's like a wasteland for tours.
Go, the more dangerous it gets. At least I think so, anyway. We need more stairs. Create another level down there. Branch out again.
Really does. It reminds me of a weird way of Medieval Engineer.
I have it.
Normally, I don't like to skip, but I am running short on time and have things that have to be taken care of. So I will go ahead and move us forward.
Stall.
One Yankee, Niner traffic. Kin Sierra Kilo Yankee, 681 tree. 2 miles west, 3300, inbound to land. Runway tree 5, 1 Yankee Niner. One Yankee, Niner traffic. Kin Sierra Kilo Yankee, 681 tree. 1 mile southwest, 3000, inbound to land. Runway tree 5, 1 Yankee Niner.
Don't see it. Grass Field? That's interesting. I don't see it.
1 Yankee Niner traffic. Kin Sierra Kilo Yankee 681 tree is on final. Runway tree 5, to land 1 Yankee Niner.
3-5. Oh, interesting. I don't see it.
More coppers.
Stall.
Rather have iron though.
One Yankee Niner traffic. Kin Sierra Kilo Yankee 68, 1 tree is on final. Runway tree 5 to land 1 Yankee Niner.
There she is.
Yay! Yay!
Totally.
Or damn. That noise. I don't like that. I need a new pickaxe. Did not make one while I was up there. Okay. Precious metals. Yeah, I'll do this. Precious metals. Okay.
Good. Touchdown. Don't ding me.
Go.
Oh, I think they're gonna ding me.
Maybe I should smelt something.
Oh, they didn't. Thank you. All right. So I would like to be back this evening, or at least a little while.
Okay.
For
how
some
many
more.
ores you get for like per coal?
Some more flying.
Sit and watch just for.
So thank you for tuning into day 3 of the Mega Milestone. Got some miles in today. I'm really excited to see what the passives make by the end of the day. What
Actually
they have
quite
made.
Efficient.
All the new crew. Then I want to get more crew. Got our first 6.
That does not use them up as fast as I thought.
All right, we're gonna say goodbye to
1 Yankee Niner
hazardous
traffic.
Minecraft.
Kin Sierra Kilo Yankee 681 tree is taxiing to parking. 1 Yankee Niner.
Right. Got to turn those on. Darn it, darn it, darn it. Yeah, well, still got an S. Yeah, I knew I had gunned it a little bit too long after the takeoff or whatever. And this, I've got to just be... Even the autopilot makes pretty aggressive turns. Not very smooth. Okay, so I'm going to take off for a while, go do my things that I need to do, and I'll try to get them done as fast as I can so I can come back for some more flying this evening. Tomorrow might be busy. I might not be around tomorrow. 72,500. Rep bonus 3,860. Base income, no skip bonus 2,000. Bad weather bonus 30,000. $2,386,930 credits. The Cirrus jet needs maintaining. Oh no. What's broken? You maintain the engine. That's lovely. Oh, how much is this going to cost? Oh, 61,000. Oh boy. Expensive. Okay. Now I have got to put off, stop putting off what I need to do. Yeah, it's almost 5 o'clock. All right, folks, I will see you soon.
Bye.